And good morning, everybody. It's going to be time to kick off the second day of the Farming Simulator League online tournament number 3. And of course, we continue where we left off yesterday. Of course, I'm joined here by Virtual Farmer, aka Alex, once again. How are you doing, Alex? And I'm not completely sure. Can we hear Alex for the time being? At least I can. I hope that the audience is hearing him, though. But let's hope that he's going to make a swift recovery at some point. At least I hope that he's going to be hearing me. And you're going to be hearing me. So I don't know, Alex, did you find the mute button or not? Okay, please tell me just what you did. Okay, we're going to be figuring that out because I can't hear Alex at all. So I'm just going to go on and let's figure this out. So he's going to be struggling a little bit with his microphone, but meanwhile, I'm going to go through the day. So we do have, of course, 6 matches from on this tournament remaining. So we had 6 matches yesterday. We figure out the upper brackets and the lower brackets, and now we still have one game from the upper bracket, which is the final of the upper bracket, and then we have still some matches remaining from the lower bracket as well. And of course, in the end, we know who's going to be the winner of this tournament. But how we're going to start today is that we will have first Power Team Esports versus Just Attractor. Meanwhile, we have the circuit points. We spoke about this yesterday already, and as we know, we do have some quite big upsets. Linners out of the tournament already at this point. Same goes for My Insanity as well. And as we said yesterday, the most important thing for us is the most important thing, there's a prize pool of 15,000 euros. But then on the other hand, we also do have an interesting situation regarding the grand final that's going to be played at FarmCon in about 6 weeks. So, of course, who's going to be holding the second place on the circuit points will be getting, let's say, a very good starting position on the bracket for the upcoming grand final. So teams are really wanting to have that second place after this weekend. And, of course, New Holland and Trellibor Tires and Valtra, they are still in the game. And they, of course, want to be snatching that second place for the grand final. But as said, we're going to be kicking off things with the Power Team Esports versus Just Attractor. That's going to be the first game. It's from the lower bracket. So we're going to start from the lower bracket matches. And of course, you'll find the bracket, by the way, from the FSL website. So make sure to use the command bracket with the exclamation mark on the chat. And you'll get a link on the FSL website where you can actually find the bracket yourself as well. But yeah, we're going to start from the lower bracket. So we do have Power Team Esports versus Just Attractor. And of course, the team that's going to be eliminated is going to drop down from the tournament completely. We will continue with Valtra versus Trellibor Tires, which is also a very, very interesting match, especially when you think about the situation when it comes down to the circuit points and the second place that I just explained. And then after that, we will have the final of the upper bracket, which will be Helm versus New Holland. And of course, the losing team, the winning team will take the place on the grand final, and then the losing team is going to drop all the way down to the lower bracket. And we have a lot of. We're going to start with the Power Team Esports versus Just Attractor. And if I'm completely right, we might actually have Alex even with his voice. Maybe. Or maybe not. So we're going to be figuring this out. And anyways, so we are here.
I think so. Can you hear me, Copter?
Hey, Alex! Now? He's back! Welcome! How are you doing?
No.
Yep. I was able to hear
Yay!
Alex. So,
oh, thank God.
Finally.
Oh, my system decided to mute itself in the background. There was no indication anywhere that I was muted. I had to go into the system settings to find it.
Okay. Oh, anyway, so Alex is back. That's great because then we can get the lovely insights from Alex all the way during the whole day. And we are already here on the big phase, so we can see Unstoppable and Big Hall being chosen as the perks for the teams. So Just Attractor will go with the Big Hall and Power Team Esports will go with the Unstoppable. And when it comes down to the bans, telehandlers, as we can see, they are back in the play. Yesterday we had, I think, 4 matches out of 6 we were able to enjoy from the telehandlers. But then at the later stage, people started to ban them. And now they are back. And as we expressed yesterday, we really much like the telehandlers. So yeah, I'm definitely welcoming this, that we actually have the telehandlers in play. Okay, and then let's see. So we'll be heading all the way towards...
Yeah, it looks like both teams are going for a large tractor setup and...
Go on. Okay. So Alex is somewhere there. I don't know if we have a bit of a delay or what's going on, but anyway, so we're gonna be starting the game. So let's focus on this one, and then we'll see if Alex gonna pop up at some place. Anyways, the gates are gonna be opening, so this is the first match, and as always, it's a best of 3 series, meaning that with winning 2 matches, you gotta be winning the the whole series, and then of course the losing team, as mentioned, gonna be dropping down all the way from the tournament. So the winning team will be continuing on the lower bracket towards the next match on that bracket. But anyways, so let's see. We have a nice setup here for Power Team Esports. We can see El Papito and Noricam. They're actually not that far away from the barn, so they are starting to make the first bale, and then we'll see what kind of delivery they'll be making. We're not going to be expecting any crazy first bale points here, but it's not going to be that bad either, because Noricam already moving along, getting away from El Papito, maybe getting a little bit blocked by El Papito actually there. That might have caused a couple of seconds, and Just Attractor at the same time. They're actually pretty far away. We can see Noricam crossing the bridge already, and let's see if it's going to swing that in. Seems to be the case, but it's maybe a little bit early. But yeah, it's going to be 140, so it's a perfect swing in the end. Nothing too early about that one. So Noricam will be just swinging that nicely in, and then we'll follow and wait what Just Attractor is going to be delivering. So Hapax is here, going to be already approaching the bridges. Seems to be that he will need to take the safer route, and for sure this is going to be hurting some points. It's going to be definitely a more than 1 bale of a gap. So we are expecting to have maybe, I don't know, 110 or maybe even a little bit less, as he's going to reverse that in. So we'll see that from the score lines pretty soon. And he's going to have a bit of problems as well, unfortunately. So the bale doesn't actually go in, and he still needs to push that in all the way. 103. So there we go. That's a big gap. That's 37 points, almost 2 bales. So there we go. And let's figure this out. So yeah, the first bales are delivered, and of course Power Team Esports, they have a great start. I mean, Just Attractor has been very strong in the past couple of tournaments. So of course, I mean, if I would need to pick somebody, or let's say a team that I would be in a way cheering for, well, okay, not cheering for, but let's say expecting that they kind of have a slight advantage, it would be Just Attractor. But the Power Team Esports, they have been very strong as well. If I do remember completely right, both teams are actually French. So they're from France. And yeah, let's see. I mean, I think Just Attractor and Power Team Esports, they did face off a couple tournaments ago as well. And if I remember, there was a very, very tight battle between these teams. So this is an interesting match that we're going to be seeing. But yeah, now we are back on the, I would say, on the usual phase. So the middle game is happening. We are collecting some grain. Noricam seems to be heading towards the silo. And let's see if that's going to be an early delivery, or will it be just placement of the equipment. So they're going to be building some. No, it's going to be an early delivery. So it's going to be dropping some grain on the silo. Going to be adjusting the multiplier slightly at least. Maybe he's going to take it all the way to 2.5. I think that has been the trend lately with the early deliveries, that they will go all the way to 2.5. And we can see Just Attractor at the same time moving in as well. So let's see how they will play this down. Will they wait for the drops, or will they decide to do some kind of an early delivery as well?
Yeah, and I think I'm back in now, and hopefully we'll be okay. Had a little bit of a delay, unfortunately, due to my internet being fairly horrible this morning. Seeing just attractor here though, dropping early on that grain, making some space in their trailer so they can get as maximum grain as they can in to really sort out their grain game, which is something we haven't really talked about much this weekend. Lots of teams, their grain game has been less effective. We've not seen a massive swing in most of our games on the amount of bonus that teams and multiplier that teams are getting. We've got a 2.1 to a 1.9, and this seems to be a very usual position.
Yeah. I mean, 2.1 multiplier for Power Team Esports. They made both teams made the early delivery. Now we have the drop spawning in, and we actually do have the grain multiplier and the bale multiplier. So plenty of multipliers, and yeah, I guess the grain multiplier is something that you really cannot be without taking at this point, because I mean the multipliers are so close. Both teams are standing in about 40k of liters of grain. So the multipliers definitely a thing, and just the track actually they should have a bigger multiplier for the grain. So this is a good chance for them, as we see that they're still collecting. So they have 46,000 liters of grain, and the multiplier should be, I mean, 1.5 for Power Team Esports. I think it's going to be at least 1.7 for just the track day, if I'm not completely mistaken. Maybe we'll figure that out in a matter of seconds, because we should be, it's a 1.8, but will they go? I mean, 1.8
wow.
grain multiplier, that's a huge difference. And they did have about 5 to 10,000 liters of more grain before they picked the multipliers. So when he's going to pour that down with the multiplier, they should take that 1.9. I would say that they could go to 2.2 or maybe even 2.3 at this point with that kind of a multiplier, which they have. So let's have a look. And there they go. They are going to be pouring it down. For now, they will for sure go to 2.6. And yeah, let's see. Power Team Esports, they will... Oh, there we go. 2.5. Oh, and now they're out of grain and they stopped their belt.
That's not good. That's not good.
They should have stick with the 2.4. And that's a mistake. Oh my lord. They definitely should have stick with the 2. But they had only like a 2,000 liters remaining. And let's see, El Papito is going to go for the toss. So Power Team Esports is going to be trying to do the flick. Going to be getting 2 out of 3, which is not bad. And they are only getting 15 points per bale. So the multiplier game definitely worked out very nice for just track there. But they just need to do something about the belt. They do have a telehandler. And I think I have seen Janka to toss sometime, maybe. But they have a huge problem. They need to be either tossing or they need to be driving all the way, as for sure Power Team Esports will not be opening the belt for them anymore.
Yeah, any other game and getting that 1.8 multiplier would have been absolutely wonderful for just attractor. But they're up against Unstoppable, and you can't overload your grain multiplier when you're up against Unstoppable. And we talked about this a few times, about the dangers of going beyond 2.4 when you're going up against this team perk. And this is exactly why Power Team Esports now are in complete control of whether Just Attractor's belt restarts or not. And they are in no hurry to get any more grain in there. They know they can't get back up to a 2.0 multiplier. There's no way they can actually get enough grain harvested in the time. So Janka is now having to do this and having to toss the bales up there.
Oh, and but they're stuck.
Any of those get stuck at the top like that,
oh,
they can't do anything. The belt's not working.
Usually when the belt is moving, and then if this happens, they either slide in or they drop down. But now when the belt is not moving, they are actually blocking the entry to the upper floor of the barn, and that is something. So I'm very curious to see. They have plenty of bales, but they need to deliver. So in a way, Just Attractor, they do have kind of like the means, maybe, to win this one. But yeah, that's definitely a problem, that as they don't have the belt. Janka's gonna go for another one. So let's see if that's gonna make it. Can just use the force. Just use the force. And oh my lord! Did you see how he changed the angle of the fog? That he actually got a higher trajectory for the bales, that they were going up above the 2 existing bales. That was definitely a higher toss than what we have seen before. So yeah, they do have a chance, and they still have 1 minute to do the work, so they need to be very efficient. They are getting 10 more points per bale, so this is doable definitely, and there's going to be some more points as we can see just the tractor putting some bales on the first floor as well. The gap is going to be 43 points or something on that direction as we speak. El Papito at the same time trying to pile up the bales to the belt as well, and Janka, he wants to go for another toss, and here we go. He's going to be gaining the speed, the momentum, the violence. There's a jump. Let's go, baby, get that speed. No, he realizes it's not doable. He's going to make this like a glory run, another trip, and he will have a second try because you don't have to come from the bridge. This is going to be enough, and this should go in. There's going to be 10 more points, and those are, all of, they are in the lead.
And that's
they are in the lead. They have less bales remaining, though, and that's going to be a problem. So they only have 3 bales remaining for just the tractor. If they can toss those still on the second floor, that could be the thing. And let's see who's going to be having most of the points. Oh, he's going to toss it on the roof. And Power Team Esports, they are now leading by 2 points. There we go. They will get the final bail in. Just the tractor, they will do almost the impossible. They will win the round without functioning belt.
Wow. They managed 20 bales in the top. Just a tractor. No, they managed 10 bales in the top. Sorry, they managed 20 bales overall. But what a match! What a game to open today with.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing. I mean, they had a 2.4 multiplier, and then they only had like a 2,000 liters of grain, and they decided, let's put that in. And then they went to 2.5, and then they stopped the belt, and I was slightly worried at the point when those 2 bales got stuck on the belt in front of the barn doors, but then they did manage to toss the bales above them. And it was, I think, the last second when they put that 1 bale in, when they got the 10 extra points to win the round from the bottom. So, definitely what a round.
1 bale in the bottom. And it was that bale that flew over the top of the barn. If that had gone in, that would have sealed it the other way around, and Power Team Esports would have taken it. But fantastic play by Just a Tractor. Some wonderful tossing by Janka there, and kept them in it when it looked like they'd overcooked themselves.
Yeah, that was I don't know. I'm not speechless because I do speak. That's kind of what I do on this broadcast. But just saying that this really was, I think, one of the best openers ever. Because we get onto the mood. It's grand final day, so we need to be on the mood. But with this kind of a gameplay and with this kind of a tricks from Janka, so I'm really happy about how the game actually ended up. Of course, Power Team Esports, they played well as well. They came only like an 8 point shy or something, so it was really close. So they played it really well, of course. But so many twists and turns. But we're gonna be heading for the second game of the series. So let's see what the Power Team Esports will be doing this time. And once again, I think we have a player which is slightly a different scale than the others on the pictures. So it is what it is. Let's enjoy from this one.
And here we go. So what is going to be picked and banned this time? Are they going to let the telehandlers go? If I was Just a Tractor, I think I would ban the telehandlers and go for unstoppable, just to stop that happening. But it looks like we're going to get a couple of large tractor bans. In fact, that case was definitely used by teams last time. So that is banning a tractor that had been chosen previously. And I think we're going to see another front loader gone from Power Team Esports. They seem to be going for that. No, they have not banned a second piece of equipment. And we got Big Haul versus Bottleneck by the looks of things, with the standard case Class Lexian Combine and Massey Ferguson Baylor. Is your cast most definitely flabbered by that game, cast by Copter?
Yeah, I'm reading all these lovely comments, and today it seems that I'm Copter, so that's fine as well. No worries. Anyways, yeah, I mean, yeah, Big Hole versus the Bottleneck. Yeah, let's see. I mean, okay. Anyways, the most important thing is that the telehandlers are back in the play, and I may be slightly surprised that Just Attractor didn't pick the Unstoppable instead, but I guess they can cover it with the Bottleneck. But if they're gonna stop their belt this time, then I'm gonna be even more wondering why they didn't take the Unstoppable. But of course, it's a different thing, pending from the perk. So they of course play with the Big Hole, and with Big Hole you can do those mistakes. You have to be very careful when you're pouring down the grain. If you do it too much, then you might be ending up exactly on the position that what Just Attractor had. But anyways, we're gonna be starting the battle for the pass. The gates are open, no mistakes, no issues. It seems to be Janka is gonna go for the
Holland
Combine, and yeah, Hype is gonna go for the Baylor. And this is actually a pretty good setup for Just Attractor. So those both pads are very close to the barn. So I would say that there is a good chance that they will get a very good first bale if everything goes according to the plan. Meanwhile, Power Team Esports, they will start slightly further away, and this is what I mean. Look how close they are to the barn. We still have 30 seconds to go, so this could be a very good first bale. I mean, if they're gonna toss that in, I think it could be more than 145, and that is definitely doable from this location. And the bale is coming right now, so he can actually leave. And let's see, 150 probably gonna be too far away, but yeah, definitely more than 145 if they're gonna be tossed that in. And it should be coming as we speak. And yeah, it's oh, he's gonna reverse it. Okay, so it's gonna be anyways like a 142 or something like that. And 141 because it got slightly stuck. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, we have
might
the first
notice
bale
there that the belt was smoking, and that's a bug. That the belt is actually working on Just Attractor.
No. It's not a bug. It just means that Just Attractor is on fire. I mean, we saw the last game. I mean, after that kind of a gameplay, I wouldn't be surprised if the belt would be still smoking a little bit after all those tosses. And of course, there was a small, smoke coming on the last game as well. So maybe it's still like having some feints of the smoke. But yeah, it's fully operational, just like Alex said. Anyways, we had the first amount of drops. We had bridges raised, and there was a crazy tool, if I was not completely mistaken. But the bridges raised are going to be picked by... No, it's not bridges raised. Anyways.
I'm just going to say a quick hi over to everybody who's watching us on YouTube. We don't really give YouTube our YouTube shout out. We say a lot to the Twitch guys. Hello to everybody watching on YouTube. And yes, Wes, this is live.
So direct delivery was the other drop. And let's see. Yeah, grain collection happening as we speak. And if there's somebody who is new to the broadcast, for example, then of course it's good to understand that we do have these drops spawning in. So they will cause all kind of things, and then it's more or less like a strategic element. What kind of perk you're going to be picking from the drops? They will give you some special abilities for the time being, which will cause you to, let's say, work more efficiently, or the enemy to work not so efficiently, or the opponent. Maybe it's not an enemy. This is something that could be used. Anyways. So yeah, 150 was the first bale for Power Team Esports, so the gap is 26 points at this point, which is more than a one bale. And we do have some deliveries coming up as well. So Hayback's heading towards the silo. And we did have these early deliveries on the previous game. So let's see if that's going to be the case. Yep, it's going to be the case this time as well. So Just Attractor will do the initial delivery. There was slight adjustments for the multipliers with the direct delivery perk, so that's why we didn't have 2.0s before the first deliveries. But they're 2.5 for just attractor for the time being, and we'll see how Power Team Esports wants to play this down. But for sure, teams are going to be avoiding to stopping the belt for sure. And now Power Team Esports will do their delivery with the big haul, and we'll take the multiplier for them for the time being. But there's still plenty of grain on the both sides.
And not really any bales to speak of at the moment. Just attracted to have a significant bale over Power Teams Esports, who have none at the moment. But yeah, there's no danger at the moment from Power Team Esports having that multiplier. And in fact, it goes a little bit in just Attractor's favour, because of course the grain multiplier appears again at this at the point of well, in fact now, which it doesn't. But silo closed has, and that's actually bad for Just Attractor. If Power Team Esports could shut the silo before Just Attractor actually deliver any grain, that gives them a massive window to score a lot of points.
Yeah, I mean, that will, in a way, of course. Yeah, now they will go. But if they're going to close that right now, then it means that everything will be like, a lot of things are piling up for Just Attractor for this, like a later half of the game. So that is something that they have to be very carefully looking at. And yeah, let's wait and see how
silo closed is over a minute and a half. That's a huge amount of time. Where it's only a minute. It is only exactly a minute and a half for Power Team for Just Attractor. So there'll be a whole 10 seconds there as well, where the silo is still closed on Just Attractor side and isn't closed on Power Team Esports side.
Yeah, they picked them up a little bit different time, so it seems to be pretty even for the time being. So they should be opening about the same time. But yeah, so this is actually not looking that great, because what we can see that Power Team Esports is doing meanwhile, as the silo is closed, they also have been there was a 10,000 liter difference in the grain between Power Team Esports and Just Attractor. I mean, on the benefit of Just Attractor. Now they are pretty much even. So meaning that when the silos finally open and they are unloading the grain, the multiplier should stay exactly the same, more or less. So of course they don't know that, and of course Just Attractor wants to get kind of like the advantage, but instead of focusing on the grain and waiting for the silo, I think the key play would be here to just score some bales, simply. And Janka is placing some of them right next to the belt. I mean, 17 points per bale is not the end of the world. So if they would be focusing on now pressing the bales and just delivering them instead of waiting for almost 2 minutes, that might be a thing, to be honest. But of course, I'm just a commentator. What do I know?
Only 10 seconds left on both of them. Both teams should be getting into position to drop that grain. What Nurikam is doing, though, seems to be stuck over that side, and El Pepito is going for a toss, scoring a massive 69 points off those 3 bales.
Yeah, it seems that everybody has been practicing the tossing, to be honest, and so yeah, the people have been practicing, because we can see now Power Team Esports Just Attract, everybody's doing the tosses, so I think we will have some hard time coming up with the names. Now we can see Just Attractor's belt being stopped for a while, and they are finally starting to unload, so the silos are back open. Belt's going to be stopped by Power Team Esports, so they are struggling a little bit to get all the grain delivered. The belt is going to be very slow for Power Team Esports.
Oh god, if they get these in though,
points. That is 90 points on the belt, so that is a huge amount of points, to be honest. And I think if they're gonna score them, they should be getting those. So because Just Attractor hasn't been starting to unload, that's gonna drop.
Wow.
No, it went in 60, and then 90 in the end. So that's a huge amount of points. And now at the same time, Just Attractor is finally unloading, and they're finally getting their belt operational, as well as Janka will finally start working with the bale. So he has been waiting for this moment, and. But yeah, the multiplier advantage for sure is going to stay with the Power Team Esports, something like 1.9, 1.8, 1.7 for Just Attractor. So they have 3,000, but it's not going to change the multiplier anymore. so it doesn't make any kind of a difference because they cannot reach 1.8. So yeah, situation with the multiplier is going to stay exactly the same, and a bit unfortunate. But I think Power Team Esports, they played that really well. That they were just collecting the grain, meanwhile as kind of like they were waiting for the silos. So they kind of like prepared for the delivery, which was coming from the Just Attractor side.
Yeah, we can tell Plito coming in another 69 points with that, and so very strong play here from Power Team Esports. They've really taken control the second game, having a massive comeback, and Just Attractor don't really have a response for the strength of the second game. And it feels very much like Power Team Esports were unlucky the first game. They weren't. Well, they were. I mean, they missed that bale on the roof, and that would have won it for them. Yeah, this game they're coming back. They're showing that they're very strong, and when they're not a kind of disadvantage that they were at last game, they're really scoring points. And we're into the last 10 seconds of this match. Both teams, but this game, both teams coming in, trying to get as many bales in as possible. But there's 100-point difference. Yanka is throwing bales at the barn, only gets 2 of them in. It's not enough. It goes to Power Team Esports.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just doesn't cut it. I mean, I think that there was definitely a mistake. I mean, either a mistake or, let's say, a good play from Power Team Esports, but when the silos were closed, I think Just Attractor didn't focus on the right things while doing so, because they had the expectations and the hopes that there will be, let's say, a better multiplier available after the silo has opened, but and then they just kind of didn't deliver, didn't function at that time, which we can see that they had a very low amount of bales delivered, 17 if I saw correctly, which is a very low number. So instead of waiting, they should have just focused on delivering the bales and pressing more. But of course, they didn't know that Power Team was going to counter the amount of grain which they had.
Yeah, Power Team Esports doing very well to get the level of grain they had. Got such a powerful advantage in that multiplier. We rarely see teams get that much more grain. And I'm saying at the beginning when my internet connection wasn't working quite so well, that the grain game isn't something that's factored into this weekend very much so far. Teams have been very even in the amount of grain that they've delivered and how they've done it under the multipliers. But that is a perfect example of what happens if you do manage to master that grain game. If you do manage to get on top of the other team with the grain, it makes them it makes it very, very difficult for them to score enough points to get anywhere near you, because you have just such a commanding lead with every single bale you deliver.
Oh well, it is what it is. Let's we're gonna be getting into the third game of the series, so I'm kind of happy, because I mean the first game was so close. We remember Just Attractor winning by only 8 points, so I think that this was definitely a good showing for the Power Team Esports. So I would say that the third game is definitely deserved one, and that means that of course on the final game of the series we'll see who's gonna be advancing on the lower bracket. And good to remember once again that the losing team will be dropping out of the tournament. There is no any kind of follow-up for them anymore. So now we'll just have to wait and see how this will go. And Just Attractor is holding the 7th place, and Power Team Esports, they're tied with the points, if you're wondering. So on the circuit points, Just Attractor and Power Team Esports, they're both sitting on 190, and of course reaching to, let's say, better place than the 6th will be very complicated. Of course, pending from a lot of things. It can happen, but I'm just saying that they are kind of like they are in the circuit points right next to each other as well. So in a way, they are battling from the 7th place, or unless some kind of an upset happens at the later point, then there's actually chances to advance on the circuit points as well. But for the time being, they're battling from the 7th position, and of course that will have a slight meaning towards the grand final on the FarmCon as well.
Just attractor shaking things up, spending a lot of points, getting rid of both the class combine, and the Massey Ferguson Baylor. So the two things that most teams pick as their team pick vehicles, those are out this time, and you can see now that's caused a little bit of a rift between the two teams here, with Just Attractor going for the New Holland Combine and the Fent Baylor, whereas Power Team Esports have gone for the John Deere Combine and the New Holland Baylor. So we've got a difference between these teams straight out of the gate here.
And then when it comes down to the player picks, it's exactly the same. So the telehandlers and the TerraTrax are in use, which is a lovely mix, to be honest. So let's see. So we're going to be loading to the last game of the series. And after this one, after this 10-minute round, we will finally know if somebody will be, well, somebody will be for sure eliminated, but which one it will be, that's going to be figured out. And then the winning team will be, of course, as mentioned, heading towards the next game and will be facing the winner of Valtra and Trellibor tires. So whatever they will get out of this game, for sure, the next game is going to be a hard one as well. Anyways, so here we go. Battle for the pads. We can see Noricam being slightly earlier, but he's going to reverse quite far away, and Just the Tractor is going to snatch that down right in front of him. He just kind of like almost he was so close, but then he needed to change the angle a little bit and reverse it. So that's what happens. Noricam will have to settle down for the case Baylor, and he's going to pick that up. Let's see how the setups are being built. Oh yeah, Just the Tractor is once again very close to the barn. So this is looking very nice. This yellow hit squad is coming, and he needs to choose from which side of the tree he wants to go. And this is actually, this is going to be good. I mean, this could be 140. Oh, he's going to reverse. Okay, he knows that it's going to be a good one anyway. So 142 maybe, depending how that, 141, 142. Yeah,
your predictions were spot on.
Yeah, but I think that I mean, when they reverse it, what I noticed there for the Just Attractors, they do this whole reversing a little bit differently, because a lot of the teams, okay, he's going to try to toss it and he's going to miss it, so he needs to shove that in. I think the second pass is going to do it, so they have a gap of one bale, exactly 20 points. But regarding the tosses, so okay, so the toss is a toss, but when you reverse it in, there are teams who will make the decision early, and then the teams who make the decision late. And the teams who will make the decision early, when you reverse it in, they can kind of like get it already out, but then just reverse it. So, but then when you make the decision later, then the kind of like the reversing takes longer, because you need to wait for the bale to come out of the baler. And that's what I think we saw with the Just Attractors, because I think that when they reverse the bales, it's slower than the other team reversing.
We also have a setup here that we really don't see. We've got both teams using having two combines of the same type. So we've got Power Team Esports are running two John Deere combines, whereas Just Attractor are running two Holland combines. And yeah, we really don't see that very often. It can happen when the class combine is banned, because teams really like to go for that class combine. But normally when we get that class combine banned, teams go for the New Holland combine instead. So Power Team Esports going for that John Deere is a slightly different setup to the way most teams go in this situation.
And let's see, 7 minutes. So we can see Apex heading towards the silo, and this is usually the time when the early deliveries are happening once again, and I think we have seen this happening now on both of the matches so far, so I'm not expecting to have anything different this time either. So most probably an early delivery from Apex, gonna get the multiplier somewhere around 2.4, 2.5 maybe, and then we'll see how Power Team Esports wants to play this down. The grain situation is pretty even, slightly more for Just Attractor as they are pouring it down at the same time, and but nothing alarming, and they will go very far, all the way to 2.6. Doesn't make that much of a difference, but just something to notice. Noricam will be also heading towards the silo, and I guess it's kind of like a safe play to do, to have an early delivery from their side as well, and they will go exactly for that, because in a way, just attract, they already did the delivery, so there's nothing to lose in a way. That if there would be a multiplier coming later on, then kind of like both teams would have the equal situation. But of course, if they would have waited and the multiplier would hit, then of course they could have been gaining something. So in a way, I'm not going to say that it's a lost opportunity, but of course these are the moments when the differences are happening, and just 15 seconds when we'll finally have the drops coming in, or 10 seconds, and then we'll see, will there be anything disruptive appearing. There we go.
Grain multiplier has come out. There we go. So where do we stand? There is an extra 5,000 liters of grain for Just Attractor, and they have Unstoppable on their side. So in fact, that puts Just Attractor in quite a strong position.
Yeah, I mean, they have a slightly more grain. The grain multiplier is 1.5 for Just Attractor. I think it's going to be 1.6 or something for Power Team Esport. So they have a slight
It's 1.5
advantage on it. Yeah, it's 1.5.
Yeah,
okay,
it's
for them as well.
1.5
So
for 90 seconds for both teams.
Yeah, okay. So then, yeah, then it's okay, I would say. So yeah, maybe I think probably Just Attractor can maybe get that 2.0 back. That's more or less everything that's going to happen here if they deliver all the grain with the multiplier. So in the end, of course, an important situation, but in the end result should be pretty much even. Of course, if let's say Power Team Esports would have waited not to deliver any grain, and just wait for the drops and then do the initial delivery with the multiplier as well, then things would be different. But of course, as you can see, the complexity of this setup they have built, I can understand that they maybe were not ready for it. It takes some time to get all the equipment on the right place, and there we can see that the some of the deliveries are happening as we speak. So Just Attractor with the 2.6 multiplier now, and like Alex said, having the Unstoppable, in a way, they can do a lot of things here, and they could try to do some deliveries at this point as well, exactly as Janka comes in with those 3 bales. So they are trying to make a toss with a high multiplier for sure. And he needs to hurry, 2.5, it's going down all the time. Janka making the final turn, and they should be getting still like 2.2 multipliers from these. That's going to be 44 points. So yeah, they are getting something out of it.
Oh, wow!
Yes, all the grain has been delivered, and it will stop exactly at 2.0 as expected.
That was actually crucial for Janka getting those in then. I had actually thought it might even out at a 2.1 to 1.9 in Just Attractor's favor, but it hasn't. It's gone as a 2.2. Now, one thing that Just Attractor does still have going for them is they have that Unstoppable. Their bales will be going up that belt faster, so they'll be able to get more on there. But they do need to press those bales and get them in. And at the moment, they are 1 bale down on Power Team Esports. Of course, they were, up until a moment ago, they were in the lead. So now they have a bale in hand. In fact, they have 3 bales in hand. And that is a very good position.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the situation is changing, but let's see. I mean, it's gonna be for sure a pretty close game in the end. By the way, Just Attractor, they have a super fast belt, so I mean, compared to the side of the Power Team Esports, so because of course they have the Unstoppable and so on, they're gonna miss 1 bale, which is a little bit uncharacteristic for Janka. We can see El Papito going for the toss. These are pretty widely in the fork, so maybe some will go in. Yeah, 2 out of 3, which is not bad, as said yesterday. So yeah, 145, and but yeah, a very close battle I'm expecting, to be honest here, because this can go either way still. The players are the same. Janka, is that gonna go in? It is most probably, but
should go in, I think.
Nope.
No.
No.
Oh.
No.
Wow.
So I was just saying that you can't really afford much of a mistakes, to be honest, and because it's so close. I mean, one bale on the bottom, we should go on the top, can decide this one, as we are already approaching towards the final minute of the game. Is just about to start, and as we can see, the scores are just inside some 20 points, and pending how the rest of the deliveries will go. But this bale speed might be a problem for Power Team Esports. They still have 8-9 bales. So that's going to be 2 going in. That's going to be 2 plus 1 going in on the other side. And we saw yesterday a match 1 when the final bale just didn't reach the top in time. And that's why they lost it. Not by these teams, but still. So I'm just saying that it can happen. But those 4 bales, I think they are fine. And maybe they will get the 5th as well. Just attractor, meanwhile, has, by the way, taken the lead. So, and they are, of course, having a couple bales less now. So, if all the bales are delivered, it's going to be almost completely even. I think the gap is going to be just a couple of points, maybe in advance of Power Team Esports in that case.
Yeah.
Pending, of course, if they will go to the top
so
or bottom.
Close.
But both teams are scoring, and now the time is running out. 509, and just the tractor, they have still 1 bale. These could be the deciding bales.
If this goes in,
the other one's going to go in. Oh, the second one went in as well, and that is exactly what decided this game, that toss. And I was almost 90% sure that the other bale is not going to go in, but some kind of a magnet took that in. Just 3 points of a difference. So that 1 bale, which seemed that it's not going to go in, some kind of a magical magnetic straw is going to somehow pull that in to the barn. I don't know. So
I'm just trying to pull up the live feed to see if I can see that bale going in the last moment. Unfortunately, get an advert, but yeah, that absolutely at the last possible moment, scoring an impossible bale, has won that for Power Team Esports with that toss. If he hadn't gone for that, that would have been it. And yeah, 3 points. Oh, just attractor must be so disappointed with that. And yeah, Power Team Esports must be absolutely overjoyed that worked. Yeah, I'm just seeing it come up on there now. And yeah, it got caught by the belt as it fell. And that was just enough to drag it in, even though it should have fallen away. Wow, that was amazing. So what an amazing day of games. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't go anywhere. and welcome back to the 8th tournament of Farming Simulator League's 5th season. And today is the finals, and what a match to get us started. Power Team Esports versus Just Attractor, two really well-matched teams. Both teams on 190 points in the standings as it stands currently, and three really, really close games. What are your thoughts, Copter?
I mean, of course, how the first game started, of course, how it ended in the end. So that was very, very wonderful to watch. And then, yeah, I mean, the second game, there was some issues with the belt and so on. And then the last game, yeah, I don't know. It ended with a very tight. I mean, 3 points of a difference. So very, very close series. I really much enjoyed watching it. And yeah, it was definitely not, just grinding and doing things. There was a lot of events happening as well.
Yeah, and such luck in the last dying moments of that. I got pointed out in the chat as well that there was a bale went in the bottom for Power Team Esports as well. But as we were saying during the match, the teams very much are perfecting this toss that was originally done by Trellibor last season. More and more teams seem to be using it. It saved Just Attractor in the first game, and just so many of these coming in, so many points scored by it, and just making such a massive difference to the team, to both teams as they were going through. And lots of close moments like this as well, where we had Noricam here beaten by Hapax just by the smallest of margins. And all of this paid off more and more as we went through these matches. I mean, Yanka scoring those made a huge difference overall, because the multiplier a moment later went down. And then this is it. So that bale goes on, that one catches, and one goes in the bottom. And that's what won it for Power Team Esports.
Yeah, all of the bales were really important, but the toss. I mean, of course, the bale at the bottom is an important one, but then of course the toss as well needed to happen exactly at the same time. So, yep, I don't know. I'm a very, very nice ending, of course, and maybe a little bit shame for Just Attractor, but Power Team Esports was the stronger team this time, and so they have earned their place. And they will be playing on the next round of the lower bracket as well. And of course, Just Attractor is out of the tournament, which means that we're going to be focusing on the next match, which is Valtra versus Trellibor Tires. And it's the same deal that the losing team will be going out. And that's going to be huge for the circuit points once again, as we still have that battle from the second place, because Valtra and Trellibor Tires, they are not that far away from each other. So, yeah, we'll see how this is going to play down. So, very important game. And, of course, the winning team will be then facing Power Team Esports on a match a little bit later. But before we go to that match, we actually have the final of the upper bracket. That's going to be played at some point as well. But, yeah, now we're going to be focusing on this one. So, lower bracket, Valtra versus Trellibor Tires. And this will be a very interesting one to see for sure.
Yeah, both Valtra and Trellibor on 260 points in the standings at the moment. So whichever of these two teams wins is definitely going above the other. Is actually going to grab a really important position on the table, because it's going to grab the 4th place position, and that puts you as 4th seed overall in the FarmCon, in the grand final at FarmCon in 6 weeks' time. So both teams will really, really want to get the win here and stay in this tournament to secure that place.
Yeah, for sure. That's the target. And of course,
here, Trellibor Tires have had the choice. Sorry, go on.
No, it was nothing that important. I was just mentioning that as Lindner is out of the tournament, it means that of course, there will be changes on the top 4, so, or top 5 for sure. And yeah, so it's not like even out of reach to get the second place to go. So they're battling from the 4th place, but depending how, for example, New Holland plays, it is completely possible to even snatch that second place still. So there's a lot on the line here, and both teams are going for big haul. We can see just one telehandler being banned, so that is something for sure. And as we can see immediately, the teams are grabbing the other one. So Manito will be the utility for both of the teams, and yeah, so more telehandler action is incoming.
Yeah, I think the teams have become much happier and much more comfortable with using the telehandler themselves. We're seeing it banned less and less as teams see it more of an advantage for them to have it than a disadvantage for their opponents to have it. And it's good to see. It makes for some really interesting gameplay to have those telehandlers in play. So I'm loving that it's getting banned a lot less. Trellibor have gone for the quick start perk. Hayden allowing him to move off a lot quicker than other players when he jumps into a vehicle, which we've seen used more and more by them as well. And it really helps in this early stage when you're going for a Baylor. And Soren misses out on the class combine, it going to Loliku for Trellibor.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, the first Baylor started to build up, and yeah, I mean, the discussion about the telehandlers, I would say that exactly, I think we touched the topic a little bit yesterday as well, so teams are definitely more comfortable picking them up, allowing them to play, because they have been practicing. We have seen so many players to do the tosses already with them, so I think the team have just started to practice them more. But now we have a good first bail coming from the Trellibor tires, so let's see, this should be 140 something definitely, and if he's gonna swing that in, so 145 maybe is the case here. But no, he's going to miss that one, so it's not going to go in, and for sure it's not going to be 145, but if he's going to get that in with the second try, it should be still 130 something, 132 maybe is doable, but no, he's going to be struggling with it a little bit, and we'll see what will be the final. 129, so it's not the end of the world, as Valtra is coming, and Lennox seems to be tossing at all, so he wants to reverse that with the safer way, and that's going to be 120, so the gap is 9 points, so there was a chance for Trellibor to maybe have a 25-point lead at this point already, but unfortunately it didn't work out. Herbicide and direct delivery being the drops on the first round, and the direct delivery is the one that usually has been chosen to be used at this kind of a situation, and we can see Talk coming right by it, and nope, he's not going to go for it for the time being, so we'll see, but yeah, for sure I think they will pick that at some point. And no, they will just decide to leave it there. So and we can see Valtra actually picking that up at the same time. So they are already delivering some grain and thus getting a better multiplier. Now Hayden realized, oh, I forgot it. Let's go. I'm gonna run back. So instead of while driving by, they decided that they will just go for it when the big haul is kind of waiting for the combine to come back from its rounds on the field.
Yeah, it's slightly weird that Trellibor didn't pick that up as they went past. That would have caused him to not have to have made that strange swerve that he did in the field in order to line up with the truck, because the brain would automatically be being emptied anyway. So yeah, slightly weird that they decided to have the extra seconds to run back and get it rather than jump out as they were on. Hayden filling up as Lennox heads to drop the first grain for Valtra. It doesn't look like Trellibor are in any rush to tip any of the grain they have. Both teams, in fact, Valtra are a little bit down on the amount of grain compared to Trellibor, and they're doing a delivery. They are going to take it up to a 2.5 and leave themselves with 27,000 litres. So they were about 5,000 litres behind Trellibor.
Yeah, I mean, for the still about how they played the direct delivery. I know it's already like more than a minute ago when it happened, but I was thinking about it, and I don't think it actually made any kind of a difference because I mean, they just took it later. They knew that the combines are going to be working on the field, so in the end, even though they didn't pick that up right away, it didn't have um, any kind of a negative impact for the gameplay. And maybe because they were riding exactly like this with the big hole and combine side to side when they were coming past it, so maybe they just thought that it's gonna maybe cause some problems if they will stop the big hole or the combine for a while, that they will miss some grain or something like that. So in the end, it was fine. But let's not worry about it because we have the second wave of drop speed up and crazy tool, so nothing that crazy here. Except for the crazy tool, but we'll see if what's going to be picked up by who. Nothing that disruptive. I mean, speed up makes sense in a way. So if the other team is going to choose speed up, then for sure the other one needs to choose the speed up as well. And the crazy tool, on the other hand, needs let's say a good way of utilizing it. And I didn't see exactly where it's placed, how well they can actually utilize it, but maybe the speed up is a thing here instead of the crazy tool. Who knows?
Trellibor have nearly 10,000 more litres of grain than Valtra do at the moment. That's a very dangerous situation for Valtra to be in. And it wouldn't surprise me, Valtra picking up the speed up. That will allow them to harvest slightly quicker and to bale slightly quicker, as opposed to Crazy Tool, which just creates more bales. And look at that. The difference that's making, because Valtra is still harvesting, is evening up the level of grain. That's cut down to just about 2,500 litres. A little more than 2,500 litres. So that's kept Valtra in a much closer distance of Trellibor as far as grain is concerned.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, some deliveries. We can see Valtra's belt being stopped for the time being. So 3.0 for Trellibor tires. And they still have about 11,000 liters of grain. So let's see when the Valtra will start delivering, where it's going to end up. Loiko's going to go for the toss. And that's actually with the 3.0 multiplier. So 60 points out of 2 bales that are going in. And he's going to put a couple on the belt. Now we have the deliveries happening on the both sides. And looking at these multipliers, it's going to be quite even, but maybe a slight advantage to Trellibor tires. Yes, so they will stay with 2.1, and Valtra will stick with 1.9. So slight advantage to Trellibor tires, nothing that major. But as they are already leading on the points, and the bale counts are pretty even when you take the score situation into account as well. So there is a slight advantage to Trellibor tires, I would say.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. That extra 2 points a bale, that will start to bite more and more as we go through the final 3 minutes of this game. And Hayden not looking at the multiplier switch, even though it would just mean it happens for 15 seconds. To be perfectly honest, it's not worth either team running out there to get that. The multiplier isn't that different. And the amount of time it would take to go and get it is just going to eat into the time when they can be putting bales on the belt. Loliku coming in, not going for the toss, going to just bales on the belt instead. Oh, and the belt's just caught that bale. I was going to say nice recovery, but it's getting out of reach very quickly. He has managed to wrangle it back into control, but that has cost him valuable seconds, making sure that bale wasn't going to go off the side.
Yeah, so let's see. I mean, that one bale is going to take the scores almost completely even. But Trellibor is still having more of those bales, and Loiko doing the work around the belt. So, and I like the placing of the bales. As we can see, they are very close to the belt. Loiko getting the second bale there as well. So yeah, the teams are doing the work as we speak. Nothing that crazy, to be honest. It's everything business as usual, I would say. And yeah, let's see how this plays out. So. Yeah, both teams are just doing the work, and I guess they're still pressing some more bales as well. Trellibor has had a slight lead, and still has a slight lead, but that's just by a couple of points. But of course, having the bale advantage is still something which they are in possession of, and as we can see, they're still pressing some more bales at this time as well. So it's not that they have like given up on that and just waiting for the remains of the bales being delivered into the barn. But yeah, Trellibor, I mean, slowly but steadily, they seem to be having a good grasp on this one, as now they have 441. The gap is about 60 points as we speak, so they have been increasing. They have been very efficiently just getting the work done. Nothing that special, to be honest. I mean, we saw that one toss, which was with the 3.0 multiplier, so yes, they gained some extra 20 points or something like that from it, but yeah, that's about it. Other than that, it's just business as usual, and more bales are coming. 6 they have, and they are all here actually. So 3 are gonna go to the bale, 3 are gonna come out of the baler. So these are all the remaining bales for Trellibor tires, and after they will score these, they should have about 640 something points, and that's already a very good round, as we saw yesterday that none of the games actually went above 700 points. 10 seconds to go, so I would say the Trellibor has optimized the amount of bales pretty nicely. Don't have the time for that one bale to go on the top floor, so they will just shove that on the bottom, but with 640 points for sure they will win the first match of the series.
Yeah, that was some very smooth gameplay there from Trellibor, coming in just constantly scoring points, constantly scoring bales. 25 bales scored in total, 23 of them into the top, and that is just lollicool, just going in there and scoring bale after bale after bale. And you just saw the precision with which he was lifting those bales up and getting them on the belt. Was beautiful to watch. Really great work.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, very, very well efficiently played. I mean, no mistakes, not kind of a hiccups. The grain game could have gone, I mean, also to a completely tie situation, so it could have been just 2.0 as well. But the 2.1. But in the end, even if the multiplier would have been 2.0, it wouldn't have made that kind of a difference, because then I think that they still would have been able to win. I mean, it would have been maybe 40 points less, but they still would have had about 600 points, even without the multiplier, of course, pending when the bales are delivered and so on. So I would say good job from both of the teams, but of course, especially from Trellibor tires. And of course, now Valtra needs to do something about it. So if they want to be holding, for example, on that good placement on the top 5 or top 6, I would say that they need to do something about it. For sure, they will still stay there, but let's say that if they're missing the momentum here, that's important. That because now my insanity is away, Linder is away, so there's definitely chances to advance on the leaderboards. And losing this game, of course, is going to mean that they will miss that opportunity, but also it means exactly the same for Trellibor tires. So it's the same situation because they are tied with the points.
Yeah, I think the Valtra are going to have to play a bit more of a disruptive game in this second game in order to make Trellibor make mistakes, lose some time. They need to do something to give themselves an opening, and yeah, that is going to have to be a disruptive game. Trellibor are very much like Helm. If you don't go in and disrupt them, they will just play efficiently and well, and they will beat you.
Okay, so let's see if we have any surprises here on the ban phase. Of course, we are expecting quite similar. I would say that they will keep the telehandlers in play. That's what I'm expecting. At least that's what both teams prefer to play. If I would need to say something about the telehandlers, I would say that Trellibor is maybe slightly stronger team with the telehandlers than Valtra. And now Valtra not banning the telehandler means that they are fine with it. So I'm not, okay, now we can see that for sure the telehandlers are going to be in play. But just saying that if somebody would have banned the telehandler, I think it would have been a Valtra.
That does make sense, yeah. We've seen some very strong play from Trellibor with those telehandlers. Although, looking at this, Valtra are going for unstoppable. So I'm very surprised. Oh no, they are not. They're going for bottleneck. I thought they might go for unstoppable. If you're going to do that, then you don't want Trellibor to have the telehandler, because you don't want to give them the possibility of tossing bales into the top if their belt stops. But it seems that they're both going for bottleneck. It seems to me, again, like Valtra aren't looking to disrupt Trellibor too much and are basically just trying to go head to head and see if they can beat them straight up scoring.
Yeah, I think that in a way, they want to play their own game. They want to focus on their doings and not to be the problem for the other team in a way that they would be causing some harm. So I think they believe on efficiency and to the strategies they have chosen, more or less, that they can just be better. But okay, I will have to wait and see. But I think that's how Valtra quite often plays, that they are really much focused on their own gameplay, and then if something happens, if there's something disruptive, then I would say that they are not always the greatest team to react into it. So that's where the differences come. Anyways, we can see Hayden snatching that Baylor right in front of Valtra. Jonah's gonna get that combine. John Deere gonna be heading towards the fields. You can see Ideal being taken by Trellibor, kind of like reserved, if nothing else. And yeah, Lennox gonna go for that case combine at the same case Baylor. And the first bales are starting to build up. So Loiko, Hayden, this time they are a little bit more further away. So for sure, this is not gonna be 140. This is gonna be something less. The first bale, so Hayden will be just moving on, and then we'll see what they will actually reach in the end. And I mean, on score-wise, so should be maybe still 130 is doable, depending if they're gonna swing that in. So let's see if the bale is coming out. It is coming out, so maybe 131 is a thing here, but he's gonna miss that one as well. So unfortunately, the first bale is not gonna go in. He actually goes pretty far away until he realizes that it didn't go in. So now he just needs to push that in, and meanwhile, Lennox is coming. So this could be actually pretty even from the points, 116, and Lennox gonna reverse that in. So it's gonna be maybe 108, no, 111. So 5 points of a difference.
And not a massive difference on those first bales. And we've got the first drops coming in. Bridges raised and Crazy Tool. Neither of those are particularly useful drops, so I'm expecting both teams to ignore those and just continue getting the harvest done and collecting up the grain in their overloaders. Lennox is heading up now, dropping off that baler and grabbing the overloader, and got himself fairly well positioned, but he seems to be a little bit behind because Luca is having to wait for him. And in fact, yeah, that weight is also going to get in the way that now that he's dropped that in the middle of the field.
So not that big of a difference, and the grain situation is pretty even, so it's almost like completely even, to be honest. So very small differences here for the time being. But we know that Valtra, they need to put on their A game. Definitely, I mean, of course, Trellibor as well, but Valtra is kind of like having their backs against the wall here. So they need to somehow find the means to come out of this situation. And yeah. So, yeah. This is the time when we are looking to have some early deliveries, probably in a half a minute or so, and we can see Hayden heading there on the silo. And I think every game today oh yeah, I mean, every game today I think we have seen an early deliveries happening, so the teams haven't been really holding and waiting for the grain multiplier, even though it has been showing up more than yesterday.
I think teams are using it as a way to actually get more grain in. So they're making a bit of space in their overloaders. They're going back out there. They're emptying the combines again, and it helps to keep those combines going a little bit longer, and the full combines and then coming in later. Interestingly, we've not got the class combine or a second class combine available. It didn't appear on the podium, so we've got the John Deere versus the Ideal, which is It's a much better match between the two. The John Deere harvests a little bit quicker, but has a smaller grain tank than the Ideal. So it's all about whether Trelleborg can get the extra grain that Ideal has in there and score with that in the end. But to be perfectly honest, they are much more evenly matched combines than if one of the teams manages to get hold of a second class.
Mm. Yeah, okay, so we have the drops coming in and the grain multiplier is here once again. So we just spoke about this, that the grain multiplier has been showing up more and it is here. And so we do have Valtra who has made the delivery, but Trellibor hasn't. And yeah, Trellibor, they will definitely gain something from this one. So yeah, Hayden for sure is gonna take the grain multiplier, and this is the moment when they can definitely play the multiplier at their advantage. We can see Valtra immediately at the same time starting to collect some more grain because they realized that yeah, they made the delivery and Trellibor didn't. So they want to try to catch up on the amount of grain that when they finally will pick that multiplier, then they would have about the same amount of grain. It's 1.5 for Trellibor and 1.5 for both of them, so there is no huge changes on that one. Hayden is doing a bit of like a Michael Jackson's moonwalking around the drop, more or less. And yeah, both teams will pick that up. It's about the same time, and this setup is far from finished, to be honest. So there is still something that needs to be done on the Trellibor side. At the same time, Valtra is already pouring it down, but Trellibor will start to do it exactly at the same time as well. And we'll see where this is going to be ending up. But I'm still expecting that it could be, and it should be a slight advantage to Trellibor tires. So maybe something like a 2.1, 2.2, but nothing huge. But at least they will get out of the... actually, it could be 2.3 as well, as we have the multiplier. So I'm kind of like eager to see where this will end up. But the... no. Now when we look at the situation, 2.2 for Valtra. And the grain counts are almost the same. So I think Valtra will now take I don't know how they did that. Did they actually collect that much more grain while we were waiting for the deliveries to start? Because there was still 10,000 liters of a difference. But now I think that they actually will have, in the end, a slight advantage with the multiplier. That's at least how it seems to me for the time being, and we're gonna be figuring that out in a matter of seconds as the final grain is coming up. And yeah, 1.9 for Trellibor and 2.1 for Valtra.
That 172 liters left for Valtra isn't going to make any difference, and yeah, Valtra have come out on top. And I think that's what I was talking about earlier about them doing that early delivery to make more space, because I think Trelleborg stops harvesting once they've got their overloader full and both their combines full, and then they take those over there and they empty all of that out, hoping to get the grain multiplier. What Valtra have done is they've tipped some of it into there. That gives them more time where they can be filling the combines up, and they've bought the class combine up, so the one with the larger storage, and that has allowed them to score just that little bit extra grain, especially under that multiplier, and give them that 2.1 multiplier. A very good play there from Valtra.
And we have a toss coming from Valtra, and that's going to take one of them in. So 2 are going to drop down. So 1 out of 3 is going to be hitting the target, and Sören meanwhile will be just continuing the work around the belt. We still have 1 minute and 45 seconds to go, and as we know, Trellibor Tires is leading the series with the 1-0 scoreline. So if Valtra wants to stay in the tournament, they need to win this one. Then that way they can actually force the series to go all the way to the 3rd game. Meanwhile, some bales are delivered. Everything looks very nicely organized on Trellibor side, and this is something I know that I have said that multiple times, but I still love to say it. I like how things are organized around the belt on the Trellibor side, to be honest. I really like that, to be honest. And as they have these nice piles of bales, and then they are just working with those. the final minute is just about to start. We still have quite many bales remaining, about 10 bales. We can see both teams actually having the equal amount of bales, and when I calculate the scores that we currently have, so let's say that all the teams will deliver all the bales, I think that Trellibor, even despite the multiplier, they should be having a stronger situation still. Of course, pending how well they will deliver, but they do have a slightly faster belt as well, so they should be able to deliver better on the second floor of the barn.
Yeah, looking at the scores, Trelleborg are slightly ahead, but there is that extra 2 points per bale, which I can't discount at the moment. The scores are close enough that if Valtra score everything and Trelleborg scores everything, then Valtra should take the lead because they have just that little bit more. But it will require Valtra putting everything in the top, and I don't think there's enough time to do it. 435. Soren is going to try and get that bale in the top. If it gets in, it's enough. It's not. Trellibor, take it.
That was a close one. I mean, that one bale. Yeah, actually, the bale which he was trying to shove there, that went in. But the one which was on the belt, I think that didn't go in because it was touching the bale. So he was, in a way, putting one but then dropping another. And yeah, in the end, Trellibor will win this with 19 points, and there would have been 21 points coming from that bale, which we saw dropping. So yeah, you are completely right on that one, Alex. That was the victory, not thrown away, but let's say that's how you lost the game.
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't have waited a second longer. There wasn't the opportunity to wait a second longer to do that. But the unfortunate thing was getting that bale in with the telehandler did cause the bale on the belt to fall off, and you needed to score both of them.
Yeah, that's true. I'm wondering, like, why do you always have to leave those things for the final second? Why can't you do it earlier? I mean, it's the same thing in real life as well. You could have done this already yesterday. But yep, anyways, so Valtra is out. Trellibor Tire is going to continue. We're going to be heading for a break, and we'll be back in about 3 minutes, so stay there. And welcome back. We had our short break, and of course now, as we have done 2 out of the matches, so we know 2 teams who have dropped out of the tournament. So just to track this out, Valtra is out as well. But now it's going to be time. Of course, we're going to be having a look on the replays, but after that, we're going to be leaving the lower bracket as it is for a while, and then of course we'll be finally seeing the final from the upper bracket. So we have Helm versus New Holland coming up next, and it's an upper bracket match. The winner's going to be taking their place on the grand final, and then the losing team will be dropping on the lower bracket to, of course, face the opponent from the game versus Power Team Esports versus Trellibor Tires. But that's going to be happening later. So we're going to be playing now Helm versus New Holland.
Yep, and it's quite a match that. So New Holland are currently in second place overall in standings. Helm, of course, are way ahead of them, right at the top, having won a total of 5 of 8 tournaments, including this one because this is our 8th tournament. So yeah, of the seven tournaments that have been played so far, Helm have won 5 of them. First, though, we've got the replays from Trellibor versus Valtra, and yeah, Hayden was having a lot of trouble getting that first fail in. Those 30 points, though, from Loliku were absolutely brilliant for that toss. Came in just before their multiplier dropped, so really well done there. Hayden again in the second game, the fail missing, and just missing that ever so slightly. Has worked really well. Overall, though, Lollycool's stacking really efficient, really good. Loving that, and we're seeing so many more of these tossers now coming in. Lots of teams happy to be using that telehandler and happy to let their opponents have a go with it as well.
Yeah, I mean, as we discussed during the last game, the teams are definitely finding their ways around the telehandlers, and the toss is not so exclusive anymore, I would say. So a lot of teams have been practicing, a lot of players, and that's why they are more familiar and more comfortable playing with the telehandlers. Of course, the thing that I'm wondering is that what is the next thing? Because first we had the toss, then we kind of like saw the giraffe shoveling on the upper side of the barn, and we have seen those from many players, so I'm really waiting when we will see something new. I don't know, maybe Helm has something on their sleeves, who knows, but I always love to see new things, so kind of like I'm wondering that now when a lot of teams have reached that level, then, you know, as in all the sports, every time something new happens, something disruptive will come, and I think we are getting close to that time, that when we maybe get some new elements on the play. But of course, I have no information, just pure guessing, and waiting and hoping that we'll find some new elements. We're waiting for the players to join the server, so they should be joining in any second now. And then, of course, we'll be finally able to start the this final match of the upper bracket, which is once again Helm versus New Holland.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a good match. Helm are so strong, and New Holland are going to be. So we'll see if there's anything in the pick and ban choices from either team here that is going to play a disruptive part. And up to pick first is going to be Helm. And they've gone for the John Deere 8R. So not banning a telehandler there. Are New Holland going for them? Yes, they are. So New Holland not willing to let Helm have a go with the telehandlers here. And they are banning the New Holland. And in fact, they are banning both telehandlers. So we won't be seeing any telehandlers in this game. And I'm guessing that Helm are going to ban another big cut. No, they're going for the class combine. So Helm coming out the gate with a disruptive choice in their ban.
Interesting. I was wondering if we would have, I mean, okay, in FarmCon we will have, but if there would be a live audience, so would we be getting these like a boo sounds when somebody is doing a banning the telehandlers, for example, that, you know, we want to see them so badly, the audience goes wild.
It does make for interesting games when the telehandlers are in play. There's a lot more flurry quite often when the telehandlers are about. Ooh.
Yeah.
However, we have a bit of a surprise here. Helm have not gone for a 2 front loader setup. They've gone for 2 large tractors. Now, I've spoken about this many times before, that that Helm like to do 2 front loader tractors and a large tractor in order to maximize the number of bales they get back at the end. They've not done that this time. They've gone for 2 large tractors. And I'm kind of wondering why that is.
Yeah, I don't have information about that. Also, we saw that Paul didn't pick any individual perk, so that's the thing as well. But and they had the points as far as I know. But anyways, it's not the end of the world. Meanwhile, we can see that the challenge. I mean, no challenge is really happening at the pass. We can see Martin fighting the combine. We can see Tita also finding a combine, and this looks to be very close to the bar once again. So for New Holland, this is looking very, very good. I want to see the location of Helm at some point, but the Tita is very, very close. So this should be or could be a very good first bale. And yeah, as we can see, Helm is quite a bit further away. So based on the location only, I would say that New Holland, they have a great chance of building a gap of 20 points straight from the start. So now we'll just have to wait and see. 9 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Paul is going to be leaving, and we can see plateau, and this could be 143 maybe. Yep, exactly.
Ooh, nice.
So so 143, and then we can see Paul coming up, and this is definitely going to be more than 10 points less. He's maybe swinging that in. No, he's actually reversing it. So yeah, the gap is going to be about 20 points, maybe slightly less. 126, yeah, so 17 points of a difference between Helm and New Holland. And that's a very good start from New Holland.
Yeah, this is a nice strong start from New Holland. I think New Holland went for the closest harvester, or the closest stronger harvester to the barn in order to maximize that first bale, while Helm went further out to the right so that they could get that second New Holland harvester. They seem to prefer that to the John Deere, and it's ended up costing them those points in that first bale, allowing New Holland to get in there ahead of them and give themselves a little bit of advantage.
So yeah, nothing that special on the first line of drops. So we still have all the not gonna say the usual ones, but let's say that there's still plenty of chances on the second wave of the drops, and with both teams playing big haul, so they are executing quite similar strategies, it seems to me, for the time being. And there we can see that the first wave of drops is disappearing without anybody picking anything from those, so that didn't change a thing. And now it's just all about the execution. The grain is collected about even with that situation, and as both teams are playing with the big haul, so of course if there will be some events, let's say it like that, events around the multiplier or around the grain game. I mean, the multiplier as a whole. I think this is the game where we should be very closely following how the deliveries are done and at what time as well, because that could make a big deal. For example, when it comes down to the timings. But of course, we don't see those high score tosses as we don't have the telehandlers. So if you want to utilize a temporary higher grain multiplier, it means that you need to be very good with the timings and with the belt as well.
Yeah, timings are going to be very important at this stage in order to get those high scoring bales. We need to be dropping the grain at the same time as having somebody ready to get those bales onto the belt. Paul is coming in, and I think he's going to drop some grain for Helm. No, Helm is leaving the big haul there and heading back out. Peter coming up, and I think he's possibly going to empty here. Interesting choice of play here. New Holland have put the big haul on the field, are in place to empty into it and are getting out there and pressing bales ahead of Helm. And they already have 6 bales pressed because they are doing that. With Helm only just starting now. We've got the bale multiplier and the bale drop at the 5.5 minutes. Neither team is really in a position to be scoring with that bale multiplier at the moment. So bale drop might be the better choice, but we'll see where the teams go. 40 seconds still left to pick those up.
Yeah, I mean, the bale multiplier is perfectly fitting to the plans of New Holland for sure. So if they will try to do some, let's say, early deliveries, I mean, the bale deliveries, not talking about the grain deliveries at this point. So then the bale multiplier and the amount of pressed bales definitely are working out for them. Helm is pressing some bales as well, so they are catching up on that one. There's still some time to pick those up, about 10 seconds, and Fato is circling around. They want to maximize their time when they are ready to actually use the bale multiplier. So now they're doing the preparations. Martin's going to come and pick that up as well. So he's going to be the first. They have 1.8 and New Holland just 1.5. So for Helm, this is actually pretty huge. With the 1.8 multiplier, if they're going to be scoring some bales, they can actually make a decent difference. And now we can see the unloading happening from the Helm side. For sure, they're going to be placing some bales at the same time on the bale to take the maximum utility out of that bale multiplier, plus the temporary better grade multiplier. Now it's going to be time for the New Holland to do the unloading at the same time, 2.0 on the both sides. New Holland's going to be going over it, and we'll see when Helm is going to continue. New Holland's going to stop it right here. And do we have any bales moving on any of the belts for the time being? I can't really see it, but we can see definitely some actions happening here. Martin's going to come with the 3 bales, but for sure that's not going to be a toss, so no worries about that one. No tosses are happening with this tractor. But he's going to be placing them on the belt, because if New Holland actually doing the whole delivery, so all the grain has been delivered now by New Holland, and Helm with a 1.4, and with the amount of grain, yeah, I think it's going to be pretty close to 2.0 in the end. And there's going to be some points, 25 points per bale. That's going to be utilized. The bale multiplier now, also the normal multiplier is going to be advancing for the Helm side. And to me, actually, now I think Helm can actually get that 2.1, maybe just barely, if when they will finally pour down the rest of the grain. And the New Holland, let's see if there's going to be any bales for them, because Helm has been delivering some bales. Yeah, 2.1 for Helm. That's going to be 38 points, by the way, from one single bale. So the bale multiplier worked really nicely for Helm, as they are now 313 points versus 172 for New Holland.
I think New Holland only scored 1 bale with that bale multiplier. They were really caught on the back foot with it. And they were spending a lot of time getting their grain delivered. And as a result, it's given Helm this massive lead at the moment. And New Holland only have 1 bale in hand. They are down on the overall grain multiplier. So they're massively on the back foot going into the last 2.5 minutes here. And Helm, in fact, got the bottom boost as well. So you saw them unloading into the bottom there. That allows them to score quicker as well. Yeah, New Holland are not looking in a good way going into the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Helm has been really utilized. I think that 1.8 bale multiplier really worked for them, plus together with the timings that they actually did manage to deliver some bales with the multiplier as well. So, yeah, I would say that's very well done from Helm at that point. I mean, of course, that is what we expect from the team like Helm, because they are the leader currently. So, yes, they have to utilize this kind of situation. But they did a great job. Martin is tossing 1 bale out of the fork. I don't know if he hit that titanium bar of the conveyor belt as well, but yeah, that's gonna be some good points coming out of those. So 63 on the belt, and New Holland has been catching up a little bit, so they have been delivering some bales. But as we can see from the bale counts, even though Helm has been delivering some, they at the same time pressing some more. So it's very tricky for New Holland to catch them up at this point. They are not that far away, but it would almost require some kind of a small mistake from the Helm side, as the Helm has more bales and they are very efficient during the last final minute, as we know, as we keep telling that every time to you. So we'll see how this will go. Just 1 point of difference. Yeah, but that 1 point is important because of the multiplier. So 2 points per bale more for Helm. So just for that 1 point, or let's say 6 points or whatever after 3 bales delivered, they still need to deliver 1 whole bale, not just that 1 point. So these small differences actually make a lot of difference in the end when it needs to come as a one concrete bale. But yeah, Helm is definitely making sure that they will deliver everything they can, so they will try to make that gap definitely bigger than just 1 point as the 25 seconds to go, and they are leading by 100 points.
And this is that multiplier difference is really beginning to bite now. You can see how much this has grown between the two teams. New Holland desperately trying to get Bales in on the belt. They are over 100 points behind, but Helm are delivering stuff in the bottom, and it's going to go Helm. There's no way that New Holland can close that gap. And first game in this match has gone to Helm. So efficient and so well played.
Yeah, in the end, I mean, New Holland, they just didn't have the bales available. So even though they delivered one more bale, but we saw what happened with the multipliers and New Holland not taking the advantage out of it. So that's what happened, that Helm used that momentum and they gained the points. They took the lead and then they kind of like put New Holland on the back foot and they just never recovered from it.
Yeah, there were 20 that New Holland actually delivered more bales and more bales into the top. But the trouble they had was they didn't take advantage at all of that bale multiplier. We saw Trellibor, we saw Helm scoring 38 points and 25 points per bale during the time that multiplier. New Holland got one bale in and didn't score anywhere near that kind of points with it. And then on top of that, the multiplier went against New Holland at 2.1 to 1.9, and that just built up and ended up with New Holland losing the match.
Well, there we had it, the first game of the best of 3 series. So this is best of 3 as well. So it's not yet over. Helm needs to win a second one, or New Holland needs to win the next 2 matches. So that's pretty much the case. But it's good to remember once again that this is not a lower bracket game. This is an upper bracket game. But the winner will take the place on the grand final. And then, of course, the losing team will be dropping on lower bracket. So nothing over after this game. And let's say that New Holland actually, if they would win this one, so they would be going on the grand final, and then of course you can do a lot of tricks with the scoreboard, because then they would be guaranteeing the second place. Actually, by winning this one and reaching to the grand final, they would guarantee themselves the second place on the circuit points before the FarmCon. So that's how important this is for New Holland. And if they will drop on the lower bracket, then of course they need to battle with Trellibor and with Power Team Esports, and basically it is a battle between Trellibor and New Holland from that second place after that one. So I would say that Trellibor actually they have the chance to take that second place as well. So yeah, who's going to be passing Lindner and getting that second place for the FarmCon? That's the thing. Anyways, we are already at the bans. We can see telehandlers being banned. We can see also the big utilities, the John Deere and the Class. They are banned as well. So they are the same bans which we had on the previous game as well. So the same level of disruptiveness is going to continue on the second game as well.
Yeah, not much change from the last game. We have got the New Holland select by Tita this time. Otherwise, same bans from both teams, same selection of team equipment from both teams. And this time it looks like Helm have managed to keep back an extra point because they are using Bottleneck, and that's allowed all of their team to select a player perk as well. So now we're just going in. 1 point left over from New Holland. So New Holland not using all of their points there. We've got the John Deere Combine up on the upper left.
So there we can see the people are not running. We can see Tita running towards the baler. Towards the combine, and then we can see Fato actually challenging Helm, and Fato
he's gonna get it.
Being ahead,
he's got it,
and he's gonna snatch that down. Martin's gonna get that combine at the same time as well. We can see another challenge going for that baler on the background, And the Fato is going to get this one. No, it's going to be taken right in front of him. So is this the case that now we don't have either of the teams got like the perfect setup? And yeah, so Helm is here. They're not that far away. So for Helm, this is looking really good. And I think New Holland is slightly behind because they didn't get everything. They got something. And yeah, it's just a matter of time when we, of course, see when this how this will work. But but I think that yeah, Helm, they are already here. Paul is gonna toss that. It's gonna be 141 maybe. No, he's gonna miss that. A lot of misses today with the tosses, but I think that they have the time to actually shove that back in. And yeah, no. On the wrong side a little bit too eager. So now this is getting more complicated, and he just needs to take that from the other side. And yeah, 122, but they still win the first bale. So it's not the end of the world because it's Fato coming from the safer route. And yeah, I mean, there was, of course, a chance for New Holland to actually, to Helm to have a slightly bigger lead than just about. Yeah, but they will still have more than 20 points of a lead, so it's okay. But there was definitely chances for a better one, but that's what happens when you kind of miss it. So 22 points of a difference, as it's exactly 100 points for New Holland from that bale.
Yeah, I think Fatu was trying to disrupt Helm. He was trying to get that second baler that was right near where he'd just beaten his opponent's first baler, and was ever so slightly behind. Had he managed to pull that off, that would have really disrupted Helm's first bale. So good gameplay from him. It's unfortunate it didn't come off, but yeah, that is exactly the kind of play you do need to be making to beat Helm, because otherwise you're going to get behind, and you're going to allow them to get in there and
yeah. Well, let's see. So we have the speed limit picked by both of the teams as well. That was coming from the first wave of the drops. So it is pretty even as both teams did that up. So nothing that huge is going on there. And meanwhile, of course, the teams are just doing the work on the fields as expected. No big holes in the play. So we have bottleneck on both of the sides. And yeah, the early deliveries, so about the 7-minute mark where we exactly are. So this could be the time, and I'm pretty well, I'm trusting the fact that there will be a delivery from Paul, but I could be wrong. Yeah, I'm wrong, and I do enjoy from it. So, but the timing is the same every time, more or less, when they take that trailer next to the silo, and then, well, based on the ongoing situation, they make the decision: will they actually deliver something, or will they just leave it right there?
Two heading now to go and make the first grain delivery to Holland. I don't know if he's actually going to deliver it, or whether he's, well, based on previous games, he will deliver at least a bit of grain here to try and make sure how much he gets. Meanwhile, we're expecting Helm to not deliver anything at this time. He comes.
Yeah, it's just 25 seconds till we have the next wave of drops.
Ooh. Yeah, Fatu has not delivered any grain.
Yeah, I think they want to wait for the drops. I mean, both teams did exactly the same, that they just want to wait for it. They just took the trailers next to the silo, and now they are waiting if there's going to be something disruptive, and there is grain multiplier.
There it is.
So that is the one that they have been waiting for. 1.6 for New Holland, I think, and then 1.5 for Helm. That's what I'm expecting it to be. And so yeah, there is something to be done. And when you look at the grain count, they are pretty even, so just that slight change in the multiplier. You can think that if it's 1.5 to the other one and 1.6 to the other, that 0.1 difference actually could mean about, yeah, it is about 6,000 liters. Sorry, 6,000 liters. What am I? 6,000 liters. So, and that would mean that it basically that could mean 0.1 difference in the multiplier when you calculate that with the amount of delivered grain. So New Holland might have an advantage on the multiplier after the drops, of course, pending from a lot of factors, but based on what we see for the time being, that is a scenario that might just happen.
Holland only have what I know. There we go. I was wondering where their second harvester was, and this is a little bit worrying because that means that they have 2 people up there getting the grain empty, whereas Helm, I think, are already pressing bales with their second person. So that will put New Holland a little bit behind. Heliodar is now just the only one up there trying to take advantage of this. Both teams should get all of their grain delivered before their multiplier runs out. And yeah, I think it's going to be just a tiny amount. Wow. Yeah, and I think it's going to be a tiny amount of advantage to New Holland.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, the final deliveries are coming, so we'll know that in a matter of seconds. Does New Holland have that slight advantage after the delivery? But I think that should be a 2.1 for them. That's at least what I'm expecting, but it's very close. And yeah, 2.1 and 2.2 even.
Oh, 2.2!
So they will win. They will win this one, and they will have a better multiplier all the way till the end. So yeah, kind of like losing on that first bale is going to give them better multiplier. But yeah, of course, now they still need to deliver the bales to actually use the multiplier.
That's a much stronger grain game for New Holland this time. They were aided a bit by the grain multiplier going in their favor by 0.1. But they've now got to make the most of this and score as many bales as they can. 2.2 to 1.8 is 4 points extra per bale. So that does give them a nice advantage. And they also have 3 bales in hand at the moment. They are over 100 points behind, though. So still a lot of work that New Holland have to do.
Yeah, I mean, Helm, we know Helm and how efficient they are at the end. So closing a 100-point lead towards Helm is a very, very difficult task, to be honest. And when the bale counts are quite even as well. So there should be something like a combo or something, you know, to bring a little bit of extra spice to the situation. But of course, we know that it's very complicated to do anything like that versus Helm. But we'll see. There's still 1.5 minutes to go. But New Holland, they are in a tricky spot here, definitely, and they need to come up with something.
One point in it at the moment, and 2 bales in hand for Helm. Helm are making sure that that multiplier doesn't get hit. But yeah, with that extra 4 points per bale, this is going to start biting now for New Holland. Every bale they put in scores 4 extra points. They are not that far behind Helm overall, and I think all said and done, that puts them in a really good position.
Yeah, I mean, New Holland, they have even actually managed to get tie with Helm, so they was neck to neck with the points, but now it's going to be time for Helm to start delivering those bales finally. So there was a moment. New Holland is actually still in the lead, as we can see. So Helm, they need to deliver this. It's very close, but there's more bales available for Helm. So New Holland is definitely trying to fight back as much as they can. The lead is currently, like 23 points for Helm. And they do have just a couple more bales, actually 1. So, but yeah, there is still time. So let's see how the final bales will go. But everything basically should be put on the second floor. And Helm doesn't seem to have much of a problem because the bale speed is going to be pretty good as well. They're leading by 70 points. And the New Holland, they just don't have the tools to fight back, or will they? It's going to be a couple of seconds. They don't get those bales delivered.
Wow.
And in the end, it's going to be Helm who's going to win the second game as well. So even with a slightly worse multiplier, but with the gap they built earlier, they are able to secure the victory and win the series, and Helm once again will reach the grand final.
Look at the difference in delivered bales there. 6 more bales delivered, almost all of them in the top for Helm. They are so efficient in the closing stages of a game, and you have really got to have a good lead on them in order to beat them at the end.
Yeah, that's true. What this basically means is that so Helm has reached the grand final, and now the biggest battle on the lower bracket, where we're gonna be heading soon, uh, it will be there between New Holland and Trellibor tires. I mean, of course, Power Team Esports is there as well, but they cannot reach the second place. Anyways, we're gonna be going for a short break. Wait there, and we'll be back in about 3 minutes. And welcome back. Seems that we have a bit of an absence. Anyways, let's not worry about that one. So yeah, there we go. So welcome back, and I'm pretty sure that Alex will make his appearance pretty soon. But yeah, we gotta be, of course, focusing on the next game. So what we just saw was Helm, of course, reaching the grand final. I said that a couple of times already, and now it's gonna be time for New Holland to struggle and battle on the lower bracket to reach the the grand final if they want to be there. And before we go that far away, we have the next match, which is going to be between Power Team Esports and Trellibor Tires. And then the winner of that game will be facing New Holland, and then they will decide. So either it's going to be New Holland versus Trellibor Tires or Power Team Esports based on this next game. And then we will see who's going to win, reach the grand final. But so we'll see. And of course, if let's say that if Trellibor Tires are going to be losing the game versus Power Team Esports, we're going to be getting the replays, by the way. We're going to be having them on the background here. So if Trellibor Tires will be, from whatever reason, losing the game versus Power Team Esports, it's going to make sure already at that point that New Holland will be having that second place on the circuit points after today, and thus getting that very valuable spot in FarmCon on the grand finals of the season, to have a place to start from the other side of the bracket than Helm. So we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. But of course, we'll still need to figure out. It could be if Power Team Esports going to win this one, then of course they will battle with New Holland. And Power Team Esports, if they win this one and if they reach the grand final, I think they do have a chance of going somewhere around fourth on the circuit point, so they cannot challenge the second place. So it's all about Trellibor, all about New Holland, who will get that second place. And then if Power Team Esports will be advancing all the way to the grand final, they can also make a huge leap on the scoreboard. And of course, Helm, they have already confirmed that they will be on the top spot when the time comes that we go to FarmCon. But let's not go too far away with these predictions. So Power Team Esports versus Trellibor Tires. And Trellibor has been really, really strong. I'm not going to lie. They have been really strong. Of course, they did drop on the lower bracket, but they have been playing really well. And I kind of like what I have seen from Power Team Esports as well. They had a good, decent battle with New Holland. Unfortunately, they lost it, but still, they did make it through the first and the second round of the upper bracket. And then, of course, they won just the tractor on the lower bracket, which means that they have been doing a good job there as well, because the just the tractor situation was very tight one. So I think that we are seeing one of the best Power Team Esports we have seen during the season on the FSL. Meanwhile, we're going to go for the ban phase. And then we can see Deutz-Fahr John Deere are banned for the time being. So this leaves the door open once again to the telehandlers, which we love so much.
And I'm back. Sorry about that, Copter.
It's fine. I think I have said this earlier. There's a thing called fiber.
Do you know what? It'll be here in about 4 months' time. I cannot wait. Having to rely on 4G internet is so annoying.
That's almost like, I mean, we know that there are long delivery times, for example, for the electric vehicles. And when you go to the factory, order a new car, you might have to wait for half a year. I didn't know that the waiting times are longer for the internet connectivity.
Oh, I've been waiting 2 years for it at this point.
I know. That's why I'm saying it.
We got the telehandlers back in play. Oh yeah, FarmCon will be a lot easier in there.
Yeah, but I mean, as we are at the Fend factory at FarmCon, so they do these custom tractors. So maybe they can build a custom tractor before your fiber comes in.
Yeah, I'm not sure I could afford the custom tractor. That's the thing.
Who knows?
Where is?
Anyways, so we have
not been banned. There it is. Front and center.
So there we go. We go for the pass once again. And yeah, let's wait and see. We have El Papito going for the class combine.
Oh, he's got it.
No challenges at all. And we can see that everybody seems to be getting more or less what they are hoping for. I didn't see that much of a challenges happening at all. So eager to see how the first bait is going to be starting to build up. Hayden is circling to, I would say, to a weird direction with the baler, but I guess he has his reasons. I guess that's an indication that they don't have the combine in an optimal location. And here we can see with the X-ray. So actually Power Team Esports having a stronger start, maybe a slightly, well, I mean, it's okay. I mean, when you see how the combine has been moving, of course, you can still get that first bale. So the combine was just there so much earlier, and Trellibor is maybe slightly behind. So I'm expecting that Power Team Esports, if they're going to toss that in and if they're going to be successful with it, they should be having a slight lead after the first bale. Noricam is going to be approaching from the bridge that is open. And is he going to go for the toss? We'll see that. Seems to be reversing it in, so that's going to take some time. But still, I think that they will win this first bale, 125. And Trellibor probably should be also pretty close. So Haydn is coming from here, going to be also crossing the first bridge. So doesn't have to go from the safer route, and there will be a toss, it seems, and that's going to be about 112 is exactly. I didn't estimate it. I actually saw it. So bale drop and herbicide are the drops, but the gap is going to be 13 points after the first bales.
Yeah, herbicide and bale drop. Yeah, neither team I expect to actually go out of their way to get that. Although these drops are actually pretty close to where the teams are driving, so it wouldn't surprise me to see one of the combine drivers jump out for a moment, grab that herbicide, and move onwards, because it of course makes it easier for them to navigate around the field. Looks like neither of them are going to. They're just going to keep going past, though, as Power Team Esports fill up that trailer. Is Noricam going to go and tip any of that? I'm sure he will. Of course, there's a whole load of time that you have to take out to go for to do that.
Okay, so the grain collection is happening. Power Team Esports slightly leading once again on that one. I mean, they had more time. I think they had less hassle at the start with the first bale and getting the utilities from the pads. And as we are closing about 7, so we'll see what kind of delivery strategies the teams are having. Both teams are playing with the big haul, so that is of course something to take into account. And I mean, Power Team Esports, they were pretty strong with the big haul versus just the tractor. So I'm quite eager to see how this will play out in the end. And we can see Noricam, he's going to be heading towards the silo. They will just take the other approach from the other side of the village, more or less. And I guess Trellibor is not going to be that far away. So maybe it will take a couple of seconds, but then I think that they will also start to move towards the silo. And Noricam will go for the delivery. There's a minute before the drops. He will decide to deliver right now without seeing if there's going to be a grain multiplier or not, as the multiplier was not on the first wave of the drop, so it's still possible to come.
Yeah, Haydn dropping now is going to get that all up. Still got a half a minute to go before the second set of drops come. And in actual fact, it looks like Power Team Esports are in a little bit better position here as far as timing goes. They got there, they tipped earlier than Trellibor did, and they are now back out there on the field and have emptied quicker than Trellibor did. And they have more grain. They're just overall in a better position at the moment. Oh, and of course, the other thing is that the multiplier is in their favor. So they got 8,000 more liters of grain and the multiplier. That is not a good position for Trellibor to be in, especially when it's bridges raised and bridges lowered that have come up for the 5.5 minute drop. So there's not really any big advantage coming out in that drop.
Yeah, I mean, the drops are not going to make that much of a difference. So whatever's going to be picked is going to be followed by the other team most probably, and then it's not going to make any kind of a difference to the situation. So there's nothing like a strategic advantage. Of course, the multiplier situation is interesting one. I mean, the grain counts are pretty much the same, so we are not really expecting that it's going to change that much. So it's going to stay around 2.1, 1.9. So it's pretty even. And so I would say that even though it might seem that there are some small elements for Power Team Esports that might seem that they are slightly ahead, I think it's a very, very tight situation. So it can go either way, I mean, the game. So yes, we know Trellibor has been pretty efficient. They haven't made any mistakes, more or less. They have been just doing the job. This is what we spoke after the last game, that they have been just simply executing really well without any mistakes. And Power Team Esports on the other side, we haven't seen any mistakes from there either. But I would say that they are a team which I have seen to make mistakes. So I would say that the probability of something, let's say a mistake or some kind of a situation building up, I would say that it would be Power Team Esports. Trellibor, meanwhile, doing the deliveries. Power Team was going to follow. There was a moment when the belt was stopped, but yeah, that's going to be resolved as we speak. 0 grain for Trellibor and 2.0 actually. So yeah, it's not going to be in anybody's favor at all. So it didn't go to 2.1 for either of the sides. It's actually going to stay in the middle, and 2.0 is a very real thing. So the multipliers are completely even.
We've seen something there in the drops that we've never seen before, and I was wondering how it was going to resolve. So, Trellibor, when they picked up their drop, they picked up bridges lowered. Power Team Esports picked up bridges raised, and it looks like they've cancelled each other out, which is quite amazing. I've never seen it happen that way before, that the teams pick the opposing choices like that, but the bridges seem to just be functioning normally as a result, and which is really cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, I did notice it, and I don't know, I think I have seen it once. I think we had a match this season, not that many tournaments ago, where I remember exactly the same thing happening, and well, maybe I'm pretty sure that you were there, Alex, as well, or maybe it was one of those matches when we were like taking turns if it was a long tournament. But I have seen it once, and I do remember that they kind of countered each other's exactly as you described. And okay, but that is something just for the notice. It's not going to change anything.
There we go, Bale-tastic.
Yes, Trellibor is going to be getting a Bale-tastic, so they are definitely catching up, and they have now taken the lead. They are still missing 5 Bales compared to Power Team Esports, but they do have more than 100. Well, now the gap is actually exactly about 100 points, so we'll see. And there is that 3 points, so 85 to 82, meaning that Trellibor still, even though the gap is just only 3 points there, let's say if they are with the even bales, then they still need to deliver that 1 extra bale just to cover those 3 points for the time being, unless of course there would be some other ways of getting those 3 points, but for the time being there's nothing, as the super drops are gone as well. So it's gonna stay that 3-point gap in a way there all the time. So now it's all about efficiency. The bale difference is 3 bales, and the point difference is about 80 points. So I would say that there is still slight lead, like about 20 to 40 point lead for Trellibor tires if they will deliver all the bales as intended.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like a stronger position now for Trellibor to be 100 points ahead with a minute to go and only be 2 bales behind. There's currently no way Power Team Esports actually close this gap and win this game. I don't think they would need to have something happen with Trellibor to stop them delivering their remaining bales.
Yeah, it would require a mistake or something like that, as we have the final 30 seconds to go. 8 bales still remaining for Power Team. That's gonna be 160 points, so they would be reaching 560 something with all those bales delivered. So basically Trellibor just delivering 3 more bales. But they still need to do it, as we can see that there's 10 seconds to go, and they are jumping, and there's going to be those 3 bales, exactly what we spoke about, and they will get them in, and they will claim the round. A lot of undelivered bales for Power Team. They will try to make the final toss. It's not going to make any kind of a difference, but they will still try. So Trellibor tires will take the first game of the series.
That was a very good fight there from Power Team Esports. Those 3 bales only been 60 points. It wouldn't have been enough to take it from them. The amazing thing is Power Team Esports delivered more bales into the top. But that is because Trellibor picked up the bottom boost halfway through. And that's the reason that they got that bale-tastic. They were able to put a load of bales in the bottom. Power Team Esports were nowhere near the barn, and so as a result, were able to get that bale-tastic and get the extra 50 points, which I think, looking at the numbers, that was enough for Power Team Esports to take it. So yeah, they gave them the opening, and Trellibor went straight through and got the points they needed.
Yeah, that is true. Okay, so Trellibor won the first game, and now, of course, this is something that Power Team Esports now needs to deal with. It was the same with Just Attractor, actually. Just Attractor won the first game, and Power Team Esports won the 2 next games. So there is still a chance, definitely, for them to somehow solve the situation, I would say. But of course, as seeing how well Trellibor has been playing, so of course that is a bit of a scary situation, to be honest, that they are playing so well. So let's see if Power Team has what it takes.
So here we go into the banning phase with Power Team Esports banning first. And they are taking out the Class Axion Terra track. Second up is the Deutz Far. So it doesn't look like the telehandler is going to be banned. Again, they're going to be free and open to teams. And yeah, the Fent 724 is being banned. Are Power Team Esports going for something a little bit different? No, they are going for the Case Magnum power drive.
Okay, so the telehandlers will stay. We have Bottleneck on the both sides, so they will continue playing perk versus perk on the same perk, so they will not go for unstoppable at this point. And yeah, I mean, telehandlers are allowed because in Holland, of course, been chosen by both of the teams, and the other choices are they going to follow each other as they usually are, pretty close. So we have Fent versus John Deere on this, let's say, the same purpose, definitely, for those. And okay, so then we have John Deere's and the Fence coming in as well. So they have exactly the same picks on both of the sides. And then it's going to be time to launch the game, and we'll be once again heading towards the deliveries of the first bales. So we shall see what's on the pads. We do have balers.
Balers on one side and all combines on the other, and that class combine is dead center again.
So let's see. We have Loiko. There's going to be definitely a battle, so that both of the telehandlers are going to be heading towards the class one. Loiko seems to be first there, and he's going to snatch that down. So Trellibor's going to get that one. They're going to get the baler as well. So Valo at the same time loses the challenge from the baler. So Trellibor seems to be getting 2 things straight from the start, and that is of course looking very, very good for them. And we'll see what they Power Team Esports will be planning to do. So they will just go for the class combine here, and maybe we'll see exactly here that Trellibor, they are already getting so close to the barn that the first bale delivery is starting to build up as we speak, and there are some reasonable chances for a good delivery. And in the end, Power Team Esports doesn't seem to be that far away either, so they managed to find the required utilities. I think Trellibor is already closing to deliver, and there it is exactly. They're going to toss that in. It's going to be 141 exactly, so that's going to be a good one, and Noricam is going to follow. They do have, let's say, chances for about 130, 129-ish. It's going to be slightly less than that, 147, yeah. And so the gap is going to be 14 points at this stage, which is not the end of the world. But as we have seen Trellibor to play so well, it is of course a bit scary when you give them any kind of a lead at this point. And then the first wave of the drops, speed limit, British race, nothing disruptive. So all the goodies are still there for the second wave as well.
Yeah, as expected, both teams are going to go and grab speed limit, just slow them down, be a little bit disruptive, and just helps to make things a little bit different. Although they've got about the same amount of time, there's actually a shorter length of time on Trellibor. They have about 5 seconds less run.
Okay. So Grade is building up. Trellibor slightly leading there. But once again, most probably because of the fact that they had a better first bale. So they had some more time, and I think Power Team Esports will be just collecting about the same amount, but they will be just finished some seconds later. And let's see what's going to happen with the early deliveries this time. But I'm expecting that we will see Hayden probably quite soon to head towards the silo and at least leaving it there. But I think Hayden maybe wants to actually do an early delivery as well. And the thing with the grain, for example, is that, okay, it's not the end of the world at this point, but and we know that the teams, they can, even if they now have less, they can collect it, longer and then still reach the same amount. But then, of course, you're going to be losing some time from something else. And also, if there's going to be, let's say, something disruptive happening, then you cannot maybe react with such a fast pace if you still have some ongoing duties, for example, with the grain collection. So Hayden approaching the silo, delivery definitely happening as we can see. So he parked on the other side. So usually when you park on that side, it is almost every time a signal that you can actually deliver something. And Noricam on the other side, I think he might be delivering as well. I mean, you don't have to be on the other side, you can, but it's not like mandatory thing. So both teams are delivering a little bit, and Trellibor already ended. They didn't do any deliveries while they had the higher multipliers. Could be way too early for that one. They don't have any bales pressed either, which is of course a problem. So yeah, we'll just wait and see how this is gonna play down. But the grain is definitely building up, and for the time being, Trellibor, they have a slight advantage.
And I think that advantage will keep growing because Trellibor have that class combine. So as a result, they are able to harvest more and keep more in the harvester. So it does mean that gives them an overall advantage in the grain game later on in this. And I think normally we end up with a 2.1 to a 1.9 multiplier just by a team having that second class combine.
Yeah, speed up and bale drop, so not the end of the world, so nothing that disruptive. I mean, I guess they will go, well, we'll see. I mean, will they go for the speed up or the bale drop? I think the speed up is maybe something that they might want to pick, or it could be that these are completely ignored as well, so we cannot be certain about that. At least not for the time being, but let's just wait and see how this will actually play out. But yeah, less than 5 minutes to go. When I look at the multiplier, so Trellibor having 2.2 multiplier. When I look at the collected grain, Trellibor having even more grain than Power Team Esports. So I wouldn't be surprised if after deliveries, Trellibor would have, say, even 2.3 multiplier. That is completely doable unless Power Team Esports will decide to do something about it. But for now, I think it's quite obvious that Trellibor will have that advantage.
Yeah, there is a lot more grain there for Trellibor at the moment, isn't there? That's a huge amount of advantage they've got. And I think they must have just been out there harvesting a little bit longer than Power Team Esports were. Because they've still got more grain and they're at a 2.1 multiplier. Yeah, that is not looking good for Power Team Esports at all.
Yeah, I think the 2.3 is pretty possible outcome of the situation. Meanwhile, we can see El Pepito with the telehandler. Let's see what is he planning. He's delivering some bales, has a baler there as well, but we'll let that be, of course, at the time. So we'll see what he's going to be planning to do with these bales. But yeah, definitely heading towards the barn. Can he use some kind of a multiplier advantage here? He tried to go. I mean, to me, it felt that both teams are circling here, as we can see, with the telehandlers. Loico's going to go for it, and the toss is coming. And that is actually two of them going in, one with the 2.2, one with the 2.3 multiplier. And these are, by the way, the final multipliers as well, so 2.3 will be the final.
That is not looking good now for Power Team Esports. That's a huge disadvantage going into the last 3 minutes of this. The Bale numbers are equal. They're 20 points behind nearly. There is a multiplier switch, so I think that Trellibor will want to try and grab that. Power Team Esports have grabbed it, though. They need to score now with that, and El Pepito is nowhere near able to score with that. So, yeah, that is just going to pass without any score on it.
Yeah. So 2.5 minutes to go. The bail counts are pretty even, but the multiplier definitely, as mentioned, is going to be 6 points more for Trellibor Tires. And yeah, Trellibor also leading with the points for the time being. Loiko having so many bails to work with. So all the indicators currently are pointing in the direction of Trellibor that they should be having a good result from this game. But of course, things can still change. But it's a bit same as what we had on the last game. I mean, Power Team Esports, they were not that much further away. But still, they kind of like didn't get it in the end. 17 points, 10 points. So there's going to be 27 points as the one will go to the bottom, and the third one doesn't go any place at all. And meanwhile, Trellibor, they have all the time. The belt isn't the fastest possible, but they are just chilling and taking things easy. They are just, passing the bales and waiting as they will go in. So they seem to be quite okay with the situation. They have everything under control, I would say.
Yeah, Trellibor are massively in the driving seat here. They have the same number of bales as Power Team Esports. They are nearly 100 points ahead, and they are scoring 6 points extra for every bale. I don't actually see at this point how Power Team Esports can win this with a go. They've got nothing left in the tank. They're getting outpressed in the bales. They're getting outscored at the barn, and yeah, I think at this point they are really at a point where they can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, the lead is more than 100 points. The bail counts are even. So once again, something disruptive or some kind of a mistake would be needed. But we only have 30 seconds to go, so it's very unlikely that something like that is going to happen at this point. So Trellibor is just enjoying their leading by almost by 200 points by now. Any kind of a combo is not going to change the situation anymore. So I think that Trellibor already has this under their pockets as Power Team Esports. They just, even if they deliver all the bales, they cannot reach that scoreline at all, and they will drop some of those bales on the roof. Maybe that's a bit of some kind of a rebellion. What is happening here? We have seen actually bales on the roof today earlier as well, and Trellibor Tires will claim the second game, meaning that Power Team Esports will go out. It is still a very good showing from them. I mean, they did manage to reach the top 4, so that's very well done. And Trellibor Tires will be now facing the New Holland on the next match on the lower bracket, meaning that Trellibor and New Holland will be the ones who's going to be deciding who's going to play versus Helm on the grand final.
Yeah, and that's quite an important match as well. Not a huge amount between New Holland and Trellibor. In fact, only 30 points in the standing. So whichever wins is going to take that overall second place.
Exactly.
It's going to make a massive difference to both teams.
Yeah, it will be a quite tricky one, but we'll just have to wait and see. I think it's going to be okay. I mean, we're going to enjoy from it for sure. And of course, we'll see. I mean, that will basically, the next match will decide already the second place on the circuit points before FarmCon.
Yeah, and then it's just really a question of can Helm win another tournament before FarmCon and make it 6 out of the 8. We will be back in 3 minutes. We'll see you then. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, welcome. And yeah, okay. I don't know where Alex is once again. He has disappeared, but hopefully he will make a swift return because I'm pretty sure that he's online. So we're gonna figure that out. But it is what it is. Anyway, so we're gonna be still having two matches. So we have seen the match between Power Team Esports and, of course, with Trellibor Tires claiming the victory and dropping Power Team Esports out of the tournament. And now we have a very highly anticipated match. We have been telling about this for a couple of times. So we have New Holland versus Trellibor Tires, and of course the winner will go to the grand final, face Helm, right there. And then the losing team is, of course, going to drop out of the tournament. But also, it means that whoever will be going, and there he is, my man, Alex himself. Welcome back, Virtual Farmer. You can just go through the replays for sure.
Oh, I'm so glad that it's dropping during the break and not during the actual matches or anything like that. But yeah, we got the replays coming along in a moment. Here we go. And so we have Hayden jumping across first and coming back onto there. Norcon going really well there. That is a great little tactic because the crop slows you down. So going along beside the combine now is absolutely fantastic. El Pepito doing a wonderful toss at the top there, but managing to get two in actually. I thought that was only the single one. And then at the end, the entirety of Trellibor riding their bales up to the top as they take it by over 100 points in that first game. We had quite a few battles in the second game for stuff on the podium. I'm actually slightly surprised. You saw the ghost there of the other tractor just going off to the side, and I'm surprised he managed to get that. Loliku managing to grab that class combine though, and then another Trellibor toss there, getting two of the three bales in. And I'm really liking seeing all of these tosses with the telehandlers. And El Pepito finally getting two bales onto the top of the roof there at the end.
Okay, so there we had the replay. But now we can focus on the the upcoming match. So we were talking about New Holland, and we were talking about Trellibor Tires, quite a bit about them. So what I was going to say, and what we already addressed after the last game, of course, was the fact that the winner of this one will guarantee the second place as well from the circuit points. So it's not just about reaching the grand final of this one, but also by going to the grand final, whichever team goes there will take the second place on the circuit points for sure, and that will give them a great starting situation on the bracket for the FarmCon final, which is, by the way, happening in about 6 weeks in Germany at the Fend Forum. So make sure to come there, and there's probably a lot of information about that on the chat as well. So make sure to visit all those links, book your tickets, Eldon included, no excuses, be there.
So we've seen New Holland banning the telehandlers a fair amount and liking to go that way. Trellibor, we know, like to use them, so we'll see if New Holland do ban those telehandlers now. And yep, it looks like the telehandlers are going to be out of this match again. New Holland really are one of the few teams now that don't like to or prefer to ban the telehandlers, prevent their opponents using them rather than using them themselves.
I found it a little bit strange because I think Tita has been doing a pretty good job by using the telehandler as well. And that's why I'm wondering. I mean, I know that Fato and Helio is not maybe the ones who are operating it, but Tita, I have seen a lot of things with the telehandlers with him. So that's why I'm a little bit curious. But yeah, it seems that everybody else is more or less fine with them. And I'm being a little bit selfish here. I'm sorry. But in a way, I would love to see Trellibor being on the final, because then we probably would have the telehandlers in play on the grand final. And that is just me kind of like enjoying from it. So that's all. So let's see how it goes. Let's not worry about it too much at all.
And final choices. Oh, we got the JCB out for New Holland here. So that's very nice. And yeah, looks like Trellibor have gone for the small John Deere. Both teams again going for the large tractors. We're seeing this more and more, and even Helm today have been using 2 large tractor, one front loader setup, and it's I'm beginning to question everything I know, because that just seems to be the weaker way to go. And we've got a fight here
What?
over the class, and it looks like New Holland have grabbed it.
Where did Loiko come? He was just like running and bouncing from the side somehow. Anyways, doesn't make that much of a difference, but yeah, it looked kind of funny from that angle. So yeah, we have the challenges for sure happening here. I kind of like the fact that they have also protected the trees a little bit, that the you know, that people are not running to the trees while going for the pads. But yeah, but New Holland, they have a very good location. Fatu is going to be getting away, and we can see Hayden being quite far away. So for sure, New Holland should be having a better first bale. And if everything goes according to the plan, this should be like a 148 act. No!
Oh no!
No! Oh! 148. It was going to be something magical, and then it stopped like a steam locomotive hitting a barrier or something like that. So very unfortunate. They can still cover. It can be still 120 something, but you need to get it done. And this looks very promising. And there we go. 126 will be the first bale. So New Holland is still winning it, but it could have been 148 to be honest. So there was a chance for the highest first bale during the whole tournament, but unfortunately it didn't happen.
This is a horrible start for Trellibor. Really is. A 106. That's still 20 points behind.
Yeah, I mean, losing the battles didn't really help them out. We saw that they kind of like needed to set up silo closed and bale drop on the drops, by the way. And silo close being here is an important information, because then we know that it cannot be on the second wave of the drops. But for the Trellibor, I mean, yeah, not the greatest start, but then in a way it can be explained that they lost the battles, and then also because of that they needed to start, you know, building the first bale quite far away, so they had a longer way of travel as well. So
New Holland,
meanwhile,
unfortunately making unforced errors early on, and that's not good. They do need to tighten things up a bit. That first bale, they could have been 40 points ahead, and that's the thing. They've lost a bit of an advantage for that. They still have a decent advantage from getting such a good, but they need to watch out that they don't make any more.
no mistakes. So let's see. The grain, New Holland, yes, of course, leading on it, but the it is not so wide. And the time for the first deliveries will come soon, as we can see that the Fato, see where he's heading actually. He's going to go on the field, so he's not going to follow that left bank and just go around the villa, so he still wants to do something else. And Hayden is just circling here, right next to the barn. So yeah, he has the same route as the New Holland, more or less. They are just some seconds behind, more or less. So they should be managing this okay. And but yeah, for sure, the deliveries are going to happen. But now I'm maybe questioning it, that they are waiting for the drops, because the drops are only 40 seconds away. So I guess as they have waited already for this long time, it doesn't make much of a sense to start delivering before you know what's there. We'll see where Hayden goes, and that maybe gives some kind of an idea. But New Holland is collecting a huge amount of grain.
Yeah, that's a side effect of being able to get out there with the harvester faster than Trellibor did. They had a good amount of time harvesting and in that bigger, faster combine as well. So that has cost Trellibor quite a bit at this point. And speed limits and crazy tool are the drops at the 5.5 minute mark. I don't actually know which one the teams. I do know which ones the teams will go for. Teams will go for the speed limit out of that. It's more disruptive, and they don't want to be doing crazy tool while their opponent is still on full. And there we go, Fatu immediately coming out there, grabbing speed limit, slowing down Trellibor. Don't know though if Trellibor are anywhere near ready or anywhere near to be able to pick that up.
We'll see. But I think that the crazy tool as a whole, I mean, it has been picked more often than the last season. But I think it's more like a special occasion every time when it comes that the teams they actually will go for the crazy tool. So Trellibor will go for the crazy tool. And I mean, okay, they are lacking in bales, so they actually do need it. So maybe it makes more sense because at the same time there's gonna be some unloading happening as we speak, and that the multipliers are shifting. So Trellibor going for 2.7 for the time being. But yeah, Trellibor is definitely having less bales, so they need to improve on that area. And what I was gonna say about the crazy tool just before that, I said that it's being used more, but it's still, I would say, it's a bit of a special situation because the team always needs to be in position to actually utilize it after picking it up, and they are not always there.
The other thing at the moment, and it was fairly interesting to watch Hayden bailing then, was that he was going really slow. So while he was producing a load of extra bales with Crazy Tool, it was nowhere near the rate that you normally see do it at. So being slowed down there did harm him a little bit while using it.
Well, it's going to be time to put some bales on the belt. So New Holland will start scoring. And they have the advantage, 2.2, so that was the final grain delivery. And New Holland did get the advantage. So everything is playing on the side of New Holland for the time being. And I don't know. I mean, of course, I mean, New Holland has played on the upper bracket all this time, and Trellibor has been kind of like grinding their way through the lower one. Somehow, and it could be just me, once again, I'll take all the blame. But I do feel, based on what I have seen, that I mean, Trellibor has been playing absolutely stellar all the time. But New Holland has been very convincing as well. And in some way, of course, the start of the game is going to give some kind of a reflection about that. But somehow I do have a feeling that I currently feel that New Holland is slightly stronger than Trellibor. They play very similar kind of game types, but still. So, and that is, of course, just me. So let's see. But that's what I'm saying, that I'm not surprised about that if they will gain advantage on multiple fronts.
I kind of agree with that. They're certainly in this game, they've felt stronger from the very first moment. They had a very disruptive start. They had to, well, Trellibor had to go completely the opposite side of the podiums to get a harvester that was useful to them. And that really delayed them, really put them on the back foot. And you can see the effect that it's had here. 2.2 on the multiplier for New Holland. And at one point, a moment ago, over 200-point lead with a minute and a half to go. That is a huge hill for Trellibor to climb with a multiplier that's not in their favor. So, yeah, I don't see how they can come back from this, although Trellibor are very good at making comebacks from this kind of position.
Yeah, it will be difficult to come back as we only have 1 minute remaining. They have one more bale, but that's not going to be, of course, closing the gap of 150 points. So they don't really have the means. They would need to get a combo or something like that, but that's going to be, of course, very tricky during the final minute when everybody's delivering something all the time. So there isn't really a gap where you can build the combo. We can see Tita going for the belt, just placing a couple of the bales there. And Yeah, I mean, New Holland, if everything goes according to the plan, they should be having at least a 600-point game. Of course, pending how many bales will be undelivered in the end. But everything is once again looking very, very good for them. And Trelleborg, yeah, I don't see a way forward. Even if they deliver all the bales they have, they cannot close the gap. So I would say that New Holland has already taken the round. And I guess Trelleborg is also, that's why they are showing it on the first floor as well, because they don't see much of a point of doing anything else. And those couple more bales, then we are 630 points about after that. So that is a really good performance from New Holland, reaching 600, and they will take the first game of the round.
That is a fairly decisive victory there from New Holland. Wow, 25 bales delivered, more delivered with the more grain delivered with the multiplier, and they managed to pick up the bale points super drop at the 3-minute mark. Yeah, absolutely fantastic play from New Holland. They were in control of that from the very first moment.
That's true. They did a great job, and yeah, now we'll just have to wait and see if Trelleborg will find the means on the second game of the series to somehow put it even and then force it all the way to the third game. So that is, of course, something. I mean, it is a bit tricky when it comes down to these teams. They are so close to each others, and I mean, they play very similar kind of strategies as well. So from time to time, I feel like the smallest mistake, like a very small thing, it can then grow as a bigger one in a way, as they will by having that small mistake or a missing piece of element or whatever, it can kind of like grow and cause more harm than just that one individual incident.
Yeah, and I think that last game is a perfect example of that. It was a small problem that they had being beaten to that class harvester, and it just snowballed into a huge amount of grain being behind, not being able to get to doing the bales earlier, and just all over it just caused more and more problems for Trelleborg. So I think New Holland will be out to try and replicate that. We try out to try and disrupt them as quickly as they can in the second game and shut Trelleborg down. Because to be honest, whether you're playing Trelleborg or whether you're playing Helm, if you can disrupt them and shut them down really early in a game, that's how you beat them. Because if you're going toe to toe with them in the last 30 seconds, you're going to lose.
Okay, so the second game is gonna be time for that. So let's see what this will bring us. Will we see a fiercing battle from Trelleborg to reclaim everything they hope to have from this series, or will we have something else? But yeah, to me, I'm very eager to see how this plays out. And once again, of course, the telehandlers are currently being banned, so that is not a surprise at all.
Yeah, New Holland do not like those telehandlers on the field, and actually, it is a neat little bit of disruption from them at a time when teams are more used to using telehandlers and are happier to have them out on the field. Being the team that doesn't want them there and wants to ban them is quite a good disruptive way to play.
Hmm. Yeah, I'm really trying to figure out. I mean, I'm not the strategical mastermind here on this game. I'll be honest about that one. That is JK or somebody else. But I'm really trying to understand what Trelleborg could be doing differently here. And I mean, I'm going with the obvious elements here on my mind. And Alex, you multiple times have mentioned the Helm strategy with the two front loaders. And we didn't see that on the last game, for example, from the side of Trelleborg or from the side of New Holland. Do you think that it could be something that maybe could somehow work in favor of the team who would be using it?
I think very much so. It is a way we know that you can get up to 6 bales at a time back with it. But we saw Helm. Helm didn't use it in the last match. Interestingly, in this one, the class harvester is right over on the right-hand side. So any team going for it is going to have to sacrifice a really fast first bale for it. New Holland don't seem to be doing that. New Holland have gone for the John Deere harvester, much closer to getting a fast first bale. And Hayden, however, is going up and to the left. In fact, yeah, Trellibor have sacrificed that fast first bale to go and get the class combine. But it's going to take them longer to get harvesting done.
Yeah, let's see how this plays for New Holland, because if Fato, I really like this angle, to be honest, how they show it from the top of the combine to see when Fato is finally coming there. And Trellibor, they are not that far away. I mean, I think they are closer than on the last game, so they should be better than the last one, but they don't have the most optimal location for sure. And I think New Holland is already somehow, driving and delivering 141, 142. Okay, so that's a good start for New Holland. And then Trellibor, they should be getting here soon as well. So let's see how fast they will be able to make the delivery. So for the moment, it could be still about 120. So the gap, I would say, will be about 20 points, maybe a slightly more. So we'll just wait for it. It's maybe going for the 100 and, I don't know, 17, 18. Okay, so 24 points. And with Alex's terms, that is 1.2 bales.
Yeah, more than a bale between them. That's not great. That does put Trellibor on the back foot, but not as much as on the back foot as they were last game. Yes, it's less of a point difference, but they are out there harvesting a lot quicker, and they are harvesting with the bigger, faster combine as well. So they've obviously thought, yeah, we'll take that trade-off. We'll get the slower first bale because we can make that up later by having that bigger combine.
So let's see. So we have direct delivery for sure. That's going to be picked. Fato is going to go for it. So we can see the early adjustments of the multipliers happening already. And Fato is going to be jumping on that tractor. We can see meanwhile Trellibor doing the job. And of course it's bottleneck versus bottleneck. So no big holes. And we'll see how this will play out in the end. But it's the 7-minute mark, so I would imagine that the trailers are going to be starting to move at some point. This Fato's trailer, though, seems to be very empty. So there isn't that much of the stuff there, so Tita needs to pour some down, and then he can take that next to the stylo. And then we'll see what will happen with the deliveries. But with that direct delivery, Trellibor Tires did manage to get that 2.1 multiplier as their advantage, which is, I mean, that's the first positive thing for Trellibor Tires. On this series, I would say.
Yeah, I'm guessing that Trellibor picked up the direct delivery earlier on. I must have missed that because they are slightly ahead in the multiplier. Yeah. So New Holland had to pick that up at that point, but it looks like the multiplier was slightly different between the two teams, and that's why we ended up with a 2 to a 1.9. Puts New Holland on the back foot slightly, especially with Trellibor having that second combine. And Holland only evening it up to about a 1.7 to a 2. Much more grain for New Holland, though, looking at that.
Yeah, the grain situation is interesting, definitely. And now we only have 20 seconds to see the drops. And we'll see how they will play. But the grain is a thing that we have seen, I think, more than usually, that the teams, not really baiting with the grain, but what I'm saying is that even a team that has had a significantly lower amount of grain collected, they have been able to kind of come back with the multipliers as they have just kept collecting. For example, when the silo close that we just see here has been used. So silo closed is actually an interesting one now, and exactly there is a chance that this can somehow turn the whole situation upside down. as we are almost tied with the grain as Trellibor has been still collecting, and we can see some kind of interesting transparency as there is a vehicle. I think there was a trailer placed right next to the silo as Heliodar. Yeah, here we can see him. So he was delivering something next to the
here we
silo.
go.
So yeah, silo close is going to be picked for sure by both of the teams, and then the question is that will there be any kind of deliveries happening before that? But I don't think it's going to be the case because Hayden goes for it, and also Tita is going to go for it. So both teams actually will pick that up exactly at the same time. 95 seconds for Trellibor tires. I think New Holland for about 88 seconds, and yeah, the silos are closed. So and looking at the amount of grain, I don't think that when they deliver all of that is gonna make any kind of a difference on the multipliers. Trellibor might be losing some. It could go maybe no. They might be actually. Yeah, I think it's gonna stay on 2.3. That's how I see it, and so we'll see how the teams will actually play this. Then they are just waiting for it. Will they do any deliveries while doing so? We have less than 4 minutes to go, so it wouldn't be the worst idea. But will they just wait for that 40 seconds and then they will start cracking? So that is the question. But we'll get the answer soon.
Yes. I think New Holland are in a lot of trouble right now. They don't have a massive amount more grain. They have a 2.3 multiplier against them, and right now Trellibor could go and score and score some good points because the multiplier is the other way. And New Holland now need to start. No, in fact, Trellibor's silo has opened earlier, so this has got worse for New Holland at the moment. Bottom boost for Trellibor as well, so all of the bales are going to go in the bottom, and they are just going to start running away points-wise. This has suddenly taken a really bad turn for New Holland.
Yeah, I mean, for Trellibor, this is perfect. They can just use the bottom boost. They can use the multiplier advantage, which they had as well. So let's see how much bales they can deliver. I mean, Loiko is here, and why he is putting those on the belt, that is once again the question, as they have the bottom boost. But maybe they are trying to deliver some grain and increase the multiplier, so they want to get the even higher points than with the bottom boost from that, because they knew that they can score some. And it's actually the right thing to do. I think that they are getting maybe 3 points per bale more because of that move that they didn't shove them on the bottom. 241 for them. We have less than 2 minutes to go, and the gap is 100 points as we speak. And now T-Top at the same time operating the belt. The grain is more or less completely done for both of the teams. So these are the final multipliers. So 2.3 for Trellibor and 1.7 for New Holland. They didn't change at all after the silo was open once again and the deliveries of the grain did happen. But New Holland, of course, they know what is the situation, so they will try to make the best out of it. They do have a couple of bales more, but they need to be really good with the deliveries if they somehow still want to close that gap.
Yeah, they are in a lot of trouble at the moment, and this is where the score for the first bale actually is proven to be less important than getting that class combine. Getting that class combine has given Trellibor a massive advantage in the grain game, and it's shaken out as this huge boost that they get on the multiplier. And it's almost insurmountable for New Holland. They are catching up. They do have a big enough amount of bales to do it, but the longer this goes on, the more that discrepancy in the multiplier is going to play into this and make it harder and harder for New Holland to bring this back.
Yeah, it was just 20 seconds to go. So these are the final moments, actually. And both teams are putting the bales on the belt. We can see Trellibor putting some, we can see New Holland. But the gap is slowly increasing for Trellibor tires. They are putting one on the bottom. Let's see what New Holland still has on their sleeves. They are getting just 2 points away. They're getting 4, 24, 35. It's going to be for Trellibor in the end. Trellibor will get it. So close. So they left the final bales for the final seconds. So it will be Trellibor, and they will put the series on 1-1, so they will force it all the way to the third game. And that was such a close one. I mean, just a 1 second before, I think they had the bale running on the belt, so it just arrived on the final second. But it was a really close one.
I think, looking at that final score and the fact that Trellibor only delivered 15 bales, they sacrificed pressing bales for doing grain. I think they were longer out there with a harvester than they would normally be. They didn't go and press bales as early as they normally would, with the idea that they could get a larger multiplier, because they had that closed silo that gave them the chance to go and do that. And as a result, that meant that they were in such a commanding position at the end of it. Yeah, 1 game all, New Holland and Trellibor. This is a proper grudge match we got at the moment. Both teams playing really well, both teams being really disruptive of each other, and this third game could go either way.
Yeah, there's a lot of let's say a lot of chances how this actually might play in the end. But yeah, I mean, now Trellibor has kind of shown that they have what it takes versus New Holland as well. Both teams will be probably very careful on the last game. They want to avoid any mistakes. I wouldn't be even surprised if they don't try to swing the first bale at all. That they just want to maximize, get that 140 something instead of 147, instead of risking it for 120. So we'll see. Of course, it's of course, all pending how comfortable the players are feeling. But yeah, I would say that there's a lot on the line, as we know that the stakes are high.
So here we go. Is there going to be any surprises in our picks and bans going into this final game? I'm expecting the telehandlers to go on New Holland's side, and yep, sure enough, the Manitou is the first vehicle to be banned. 2 large tractors is what we normally see banned on Trellibor's side. I know they actually. I tell a lie. Last time they banned 2 front loaders, and yeah, the New Holland T6, and they banned the JCB last time as well. So I expect that to go. No, my predictions are just not working right now. Trellibor are doing stuff that
no worries. It can happen.
Making a statement by banning the New Holland tractor. And Unstoppable versus Unstoppable is the final team perk these 2 teams are going for. But we got a standard combine choice and a standard baler choice. Finally, our team vehicle picks. John Deere 8R for New Holland. John Deere 6M for Trellibor. Tita's going for the Magnum Power Drive, and the John Deere 8R for Hayden on Trellibor's side. And we're expecting a front loader from New Holland. But which one? The JCB is available. And no, he's gone for the Valtra versus, again, the Power Drive on Trellibor's side. So here we go. Let's see what's on the podiums and how disruptive that might be.
Yeah, we'll see about that. But yeah, once again, of course, will be yeah. There we can see the pads. What do we have? We have a baler there in the middle. A lot of combines on the next to the barn. So we'll see. And the gates are open. Nobody will be making a mistake. There's a challenge going on between the Trellibor tires and New Holland, and they are all running for the class one. No, Heiden's
no,
going to be flipping. It's going to be claimed by New Holland at the same time, and Fato is going to be claiming the Baylor, the Fent Baylor at the same time. So they have a decent start. They have all they need, all the utilities. So New Holland is up for a great start, and Trellibor will be struggling a little bit because the Tita going here on the side of the fields. Fato is going to follow, and the first bale is building up very nicely for New Holland, at least for the time being. Heiden's going to be finding the case baler, and we can see how far away they are. We can see the X-ray from the background as well, which is telling that New Holland is going for the bridge already at this point, and they are coming in Fato, and this could be 147, I would say. 148! Let's go! New Holland, they are here to make a statement.
Uh-oh. This is a problem, though. That baler is jammed in there. No, he has managed to free it. That could have been a big problem if that had been stuck there. He has got away fairly quickly as Heiden is coming in, and this is going to be a big gap in first bale. This is a strong start for New Holland. 24 points between teams first bale. And the bigger combine, that all-important class combine, is sitting with New Holland right now.
And we do have direct delivery available. Of course, speed limit is here as well. So I think that the direct delivery is not a bad thing to pick up at this point, but it could be just both of the teams going for the speed limit as well. But the direct delivery is going to be picked by Trellibor, so they will start delivering some grain immediately. So they really want to get that multiplier advantage for themselves. They saw on the last game how important it was. The series was so close in the end. Just some points of a difference, so that without that multiplier advantage which they had on the last game, they would have not won it. So it makes sense for them to try to, again, work with the multiplier as much as they can, and I think New Holland, they need to respond into that, and that is exactly what they are doing. So Trellibor took the multiplier all the way to 2.5, 2.6, and now New Holland, as they are working on the fields, they are just bringing down that multiplier closer towards the 2.0 that it should be after they have finished the remaining 10 seconds with their direct delivery.
Yeah, we'll see if this evens up. I think it's going to. Both teams, I think, had a 1.5. In fact, looking at that, it's marginally further along for New Holland. So at the tiniest of advantages there coming off from that direct delivery. But really working well. New Holland massively got trouble.
Yeah, if you look at the grain counts currently, so if you need to look for those small advantages, so I think that you're completely right on that with the direct delivery, they just get like a very, very small advantage. I'm not even going to call it advantage, but because the situation is so close on all the other aspects, then maybe that's going to be fine. Meanwhile, we do have the first deliveries happening as well, so New Holland will continue to deliver. Trellibor is actually doing exactly the same as well, so they don't wait for the second wave of the drops at all. They just go immediately and start delivering, and we'll see where this will actually lead in the end. But for the time being, it all looks pretty good when it comes to the delivery schedules for both of the teams actually. But yeah, now Trellibor will get that 2.1, but just only 30 seconds, and then we'll see what will be on the drops as they will come. Everything, all multipliers and the silo clause, for example, they are still there.
Yeah, it's good 6,000 litres more grain there for New Holland at the moment. Even though that they are there at that slight disadvantage on the multiplier. I think that might be enough to swing it the other way, to give them the 2.1 multiplier. So that extra capacity on that combine is playing nicely to them. Crazy Tool and Bridges Lowered, though, are our second set of drops. So Crazy Tool, I think, will get picked if the teams are in the right position to actually be pressing bales there. As New Holland is bringing in one of their class combines ready to empty. Their overloader is not here, and that might be a little bit low on that auger. for that class combine, so they're going to have to watch that. And Crazy Tool has been picked by New Holland, but they are not pressing bales. Oh no, they are. They are pressing bales now.
Yeah, I think they know that they need the bales, so I mean, Crazy Tool is exactly the tool that you want to use for pressing the bales, so they gotta be pressing some bales if they want to pick that up, and we'll see where this is gonna end up in the end. But yeah, so there we have it. The bales are coming in, but also, yeah, Trellibor, they have about the same amount of bales, so it didn't make that much of a difference. When we look at the multiplier still once again, so now we have the final delivery starting up, and Trellibor, at least on the books, they should have a small advantage. I mean, they already had 2.1, but it could be leading to even to 2.2 after the deliveries are done, because they have that much more grain. So that is definitely something. And we can see there's a FSL Season 5 registration information advertisements on the silos, by the way. Register your team now. So make sure. You can find that information from the FSL website as well. And yeah, 2.2 for the time being is the multiplier. And when you look at the remaining grain, it's very much even. So I think that the 2.2 is going to stay with the Trellibor, and we do have some bales going in as well.
Oh. Good work from New Holland here, though, minimizing the problem with the multiplier, trying to score bales while they have a multiplier in their favor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that seems to be the case. I mean, they did manage to get at least a couple bales with 2.0, maybe with 2.1, until Trellibor decided to unload their grain, and then of course take that one. We have super drop coming in. That's going to be picked by Trellibor, and bale withering was the super drop, so that's going to do a bit of a harm on the side of New Holland. But other than that, New Holland still on the lead. They're leading by 55 points, and the gap is 1 bale when it comes to the bale counts, and then of course the points that we can see. So let's say that they deliver the same amount of bales. That should be then 40 points more for Trellibor, so they should be catching the gap with 10 bales, more or less. At least getting close. A little bit more than that, with 13 bales, and then they should be closing the gap. That's what I'm going to call. So if New Holland just keeps the pace and does the deliveries with the bales, they should be in a position that they do have a fighting chance, and maybe just a couple of a point advantage as well. So all I'm saying is that the New Holland, they still have what it takes if they will be just efficient enough. Maybe if they press like 1 or 2 bales more as well, because then the bale counts are now currently worryingly changing as well. There's 7 more bales for Trellibor. Of course, New Holland has been delivering some, but the bale counts for Trellibor has been increasing to levels that are slightly alarming from the point of view of New Holland.
It is amazing that Trellibor have managed to get that far ahead in the bale count. I am stunned by that. However, there's a really big gap that New Holland have opened now, and the bale counts are the same. So in fact, New Holland are not only keeping the scores going, they're increasing that gap. That is impressive work from New Holland.
Yeah, they're very efficiently currently delivering, so I would say that they have a slight advantage because they just also press some more bales, so they did close the gap on the bale counts. I was slightly worried some time ago when there was just like a 6 or 7 bale gap, but now it's just 3-4 bales, and then the score lead is also, let's say, an interesting one. But yeah, now we can see Trellibor getting very close. They tried to do some kind of a combo, but they didn't get it. Or I'm not sure actually what they tried to pull off there, but they did put some bales on the bottom as well, which could be a problem. They realized that they don't have the time to put all of the bales on the second floor. There's going to be a couple more on the belt, because in New Holland,
this is a problem.
Remaining, they have 500, 450. The final 10 seconds are coming up. Trellibor will be needing to put these bales on the bottom and they got with 500.
No,
They have
New Holland
nothing
have
to
it.
fight with anymore. And New Holland, they will claim it with a very well-oiled machine. They will deliver all the required bales, and they will take the series and they will take their place on the grand final. That means that Trellibor is out of the tournament. They will take the third place, but New Holland has at least secured the second place, meaning that they will go to the grand final, and also by doing so confirm the second place on the circuit points in the overall results of the FSL Season 5 before we go to the grand final to FarmCon. And just as a reminder, you need to be there as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Make sure you're there. Details are coming up in the chat. I've seen them be there a few times. But yes, the score for Helm overall in the standings is insurmountable to New Holland. So whatever happens, Helm will be going into the grand final in 6 weeks' time with that first place standing. New Holland have just confirmed that they will be in second. But can New Holland beat Helm in today's final and stop Helm taking a 6th tournament win this season? We will be back in we'll be back in 3 minutes time to bring you the final of Helm versus New Holland. Don't go anywhere. This is going to be a really good match. We will see you then.
Hey there, we are back, but the Alex's mystery microphone once again has dropped on the floor, and we are trying to figure that out. So if you see him climbing under his desk, he might be looking for the missing audio, but he'll be back as soon as he can. And of course, meanwhile, I'm gonna welcome you back on the Farming Simulator
There we
League
go.
online tournament tree, and what we have is the grand finals, and I can hear some faint sounds from the Alex's side, so I'm pretty sure that he has been crawling on his knees on the floor, trying to find that microphone, and now finally he can talk.
I do not know what's up with my computer today. This is fun. Ah, dear. Oh well, we're at the final, and we've only got 2 teams left. And that was basically what I was saying when I came on. And we're going to have a look at the replays from the last game in a moment, and just go through, see how New Holland made it here to the final to face Helm, defeating Trellibor as they did so, and Fatu coming in and crashing on the first one. And this is when they had such an advantage coming in to that first bale, that they still 20 points ahead. Lots of little unforced errors that we're seeing here, actually, especially from Trellibor in this first game. Second game, oh no, this is the, I think this is actually the final game. Yeah, Hayden not managing to get that wonderful 148 bale as a result, but Fatu getting stuck with his baler in the back there, costing him valuable seconds, and eventually New Holland taking that final game, and away they go into the final.
Okay, we are back. I mean, there's one thing I gotta say in the sake of humor. So next time, Alex, when you come muted, I'm gonna say that it's an unforced error from your side.
Do you know what? So it's something in my system is muting in the background. So it's not visible on my screen. There's no visible indicator anywhere when it does it. It just does it in the system settings for some reason.
Let's move on. We'll sort that out. So let's focus on the game. So we do have the grand finals in front of us. Of course, we saw the replays, and we're gonna be starting the grand final in a matter of seconds. So we will have, of course, the Helm versus New Holland, and it will be best of 5 as the finals have been this season. Helm will come with a one match auto score, whatever you call that. So they will
One game in
the
hand.
1-0 scoreline. Yeah, one game in hands. Thank you, Alex. And meaning that Helm, to win the grand final, they need to win 2 matches before New Holland wins 3. So that's more or less the case. But best of 5s, and Helm has been very strong. They have, as mentioned, they have won, was it 5 tournaments this season, and they're looking to win their 6th. So that is, of course, a huge thing for them. I mean, they have been dominating for a couple of years, and this season there has been more challenges. And New Holland, I mean, based on what we saw in the last game, they are really strong. We have Unstoppable versus Big Hole, by the way, coming in, and the telehandlers are being banned by New Holland. So they'll make sure that Helm doesn't get to use that. So this will be an interesting game for sure. And we saw these Titans clashing last season quite many times. And this season, actually, we haven't seen them that much clashing at all, because they have been playing in a little bit on the different sides of the brackets. New Holland hasn't made it to the grand final even once. This is the first grand final for New Holland during the whole season. And of course, Helm has been there 6 times, and they have one bronze medal, yes, as well. So they haven't been, at least not on this level, being facing off that much.
Yeah, it is New Holland's first. It's amazing, actually, that New Holland have got their second place overall this season with having never made it to a final. They made 4 bronze places and 3 fourth places. That's got them to where they are. So this will give them at least a silver and cement their position. But it's going to be a tough battle. They need to really get themselves going quick. And they've abandoned the John Deere there and went up for the ideal, which is probably a good way to go. It doesn't look like the class combine is available at this stage. And in fact, it isn't. So, yeah, we got a pretty even combine. In fact, I know why the class combine isn't available, because Helm went and banned it, which is something that Helm like to do. It's one of their tactics that stands them out from other teams. So yeah, there is no class combine here to get that kind of advantage and cause that kind of disruption. So New Holland have gone for the ideal and managed to avoid getting into a battle there for John Deere with Helm.
Yeah, and Fatso seems to be going for the first bale, so we are looking about 140. Paul is coming from the other direction at the same time, 140 and 139, so very close. They are very even with the first bales. They do have a different kind of an approach, but the scores are pretty much alike, so this is getting very interesting. Everything is more or less tied currently. Of course, the difference is with the perks. So Helm playing with the big hull, which will for sure somehow alter the strategies. In the past, we have seen that when you play versus the big hull, you just have to, of course, collect a lot of grain. And I think when the big hull was starting to be used more often, the initial strategy was that they were trying to, in a way, just cover the amount of grain that you can fit on the big hull. And then at some point, people started to collect more grain on the trailers and the combines than what the big hull can actually carry. And then they started to, on the big hull side, so the trend has been that just all the time, more and more grain. That's the thing. And now, if New Holland, as they probably want to beat the Helms, who actually picked herbicide, by the way, from the drops, so they will need a lot of grain for that for sure. And so pay attention to the grain numbers. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's where the grain ends up is going to be very interesting. I think New Holland needs to be careful about controlling the belt of Helm. Very much New Holland have control of when Helm can dump their grain. So if they can hold off and make Helm just sort of sit around and wait to be able to dump grain, then they'll be in a really strong position. It's all about control when you're running unstoppable against big.
Yeah. I think there's a song, actually. So, when it comes to the grain game, it's made by U2 back in the day. The name of the song is Where the Grain Have No Name.
I was thinking, I was heading towards the Gambler. You got to know when to hold
find
them.
a lot of songs. A lot of songs with the references. Okay, I will keep myself quiet now. But that's what I was just thinking, that Where the Grain Has No Name anymore, because so much of it's gonna be delivered. Anyways, we can see New Holland doing the delivery, so 2.7 multiplier will hit the display or the screen. So they did some kind of an early delivery without the grain multiplier, and this is very scary. I mean, I would say it's a bit of a risk, to be honest, to do that big of an early delivery versus big haul, especially when you don't know if the grain multiplier are there. Because if the grain multiplier will be, as we can see, the drops in about 15 seconds, if it's going to be there, Helm is going to destroy with that big haul New Holland with the grain multiplier, more or less. Okay, New Holland might be still collecting more, and we have seen these situations, but because New Holland kind of like has the advantage, so if the grain multiplier is going to pop, luckily it's not. So then it was
silos
a bit of a
closed.
play now. Yeah, now this is working very nicely for New Holland. So it is a little bit of a risky play, but it did work out for them. All I'm saying is that it could have backfired pretty badly, and the Helm's amount of grain is just skyrocketing currently. 75,000 liters of grain, more or less. And of course, they want to deliver it. And can they do
Yeah.
it? They can do it.
New Holland needs
They
to
don't
close
find
that silo
the
now.
silo closed, so they can actually get it on. All the advantage is completely lost from New Holland. They missed the timing, and he's right there.
Oh,
But they are late, and Helm actually manages to close their own belt, which is interesting. That if New Holland, I mean, they can't deliver it either, so Helm cannot deliver now. I mean, bales basically at all, unless they want to do something. So they can't really utilize that 2.5. Maybe with a tractor, they could drive all the way up on the second floor and try to get some points. But because we have no telehandlers in play, they can't toss anything in. So yeah, I mean, this was fine for Helm until the point they closed their belt, unfortunately.
oh, coming together of Fatu and Tita. New Holland now are in complete control of Helm. They control when Helm's belt restarts. They can go and harvest more grain, which is exactly what they're doing. And Helm's got both of their combines up at the silo. So Helm have a problem in that their silo is closed. They are running behind now with that, and they cannot do anything. They can't score any points at all. So whether Helm are going to load up their belt and wait for things to even up, but quite rightly, New Holland are there and they're getting more grain, and they're making sure that when those silos reopen, they will open everything up as soon as they can. And in fact, there we go. Helm are now tipping more grain. They're still stopped. Their belt cannot do anything, and they cannot load anything up. And now we are seeing New Holland loading the grain in. Is it going to be enough to even things up?
They will leave it at 1.3 for the time being. But New Holland, for sure, even if they pour all that grain, there will be an advantage for Helm. It's just a matter of time when they will decide to actually finally unload it. And the Helm should have their belt operational pretty soon after that as well. But they are really trickling that. So they did stop the delivery once again to 1.5 to make sure that Helm's belt is not going to be operational at all. And they will make these things more complicated. So I guess they want to play it this way. And Tita is just waiting like, come on. But they don't want to deliver it. Martin
there we
says,
go.
okay, I can do it this way as well. I don't have to be waiting for your deliveries. I mean, my belt might not be working, and now it's actually working as well. But yeah, it might not be working. So they will get 75 points out of that situation. Tita is going to be putting those bales on the belt. We have 2 minutes to go. And do remember, this is the grand final of this tournament as well. The first game on the series of best of 5. Martin, he decides that I can still drive. I don't need the belt. The belt is very slow. But
there we go.
Away, and he's going to flip the tractor. This is bad. He's going to be messing all the piles of bales. They are not organized. Martin creates a mistake, and now he's going to be putting the bales on the belt, at least one. And he's going to be, of course, not so happy about it. There was a chance of scoring some very nice points. They have 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, and the belt is super slow, as we can see. So whatever you want to do with those bales, you have to be efficient. They have 14 of them remaining. And knowing, of course, Helm, they have very good calculations, and they are now trying to, they counter the combo. So Helm, they will read the situation exactly as they should, and they are even getting points out of it.
Now, this is the thing. New Holland need to be delivering bales as fast as they can, because Helm have a huge problem. They cannot get these bales scored quick enough. New Holland have held them long enough that scoring with these bales is a problem. And oh no, it's made that bale full.
That one bale is gonna flip, but they are still in the lead. We have 30 seconds to go. What a thriller we have on the grand final on the first game. 12 bales remaining for Helm. New Holland with 5 bales, and these bales are going in. from the New Holland side,
Oh,
and the other one is going to push that one bale away.
They
It
got
was
to
slightly
score
stuck on the
these.
side,
This is the thing.
so they need more points. Martin's going to be shoveling something in on the first ball. We can see Paul coming up with the baler as well, and there's only 8 seconds. There's no more time to climb at all. They are trying to get every possible point they can. Paul is trying to reach them for that final page. Doesn't have the time, but still Helm will claim the victory. What a hectic ending. Mistakes from both sides. And in the end, Helm will still come victorious with almost 40-point lead.
I think New Holland played that really well. I think they needed to hold Helm a little bit longer with a non-working belt, and they just needed to get the bales in quicker, and I think they'd have taken it if they didn't let Helm put any bales on there at all. I think that would have worked better for them. That little bit that they gave Helm allowed Helm to just pull out. But yeah, great disruptive play, mostly from New Holland. It's just a pity they couldn't quite get the bales in there to score enough.
Well, I mean, they tried. I don't know. I was thinking about the belt situation, and then how I felt myself, and yeah, I don't know if it's a right kind of result, but I would say that the if they would have kept the belt closed for a longer time, then of course they would have been missing some points themselves. But then also I think that Martin was already like a set on that mindset that, okay, I'm going to start delivering these by driving. And then when the belt actually started to move, he kind of shifted away from it. So what I'm trying to say that if the belt would have been stopped for a longer time, I think that Martin probably would have done better job by climbing on that belt, because then he
possibly
would have
the trouble is
thinking about it. Yeah.
The 3 times we saw him driving up that belt, he fell off the side of it twice and caused himself bigger problems twice. And the thing about making him drive up that belt is it's more opportunity for an unnecessary. So yeah, I think I'd like to have seen that belt close a little longer, and New Holland just concentrate on scoring bales at a 1.5 multiplier. I think they could very easily have won that with that sort of disruptive strategy.
Well, that's done anyways. So now we'll focus on other things, and let's see how this plays out. But it seems that the same strategy still applies for New Holland, so they will not let the telehandlers be part of the gameplay for sure. So New Holland and Manito, they are both being banned once again.
And yeah, as normal, Helm have taken out the class combine as well. I think that's a really smart move by Helm. They're the only team that does it. But the reason for doing it is it removes the possibility of what happened to Trellibor happening. Being beaten to that harvester and then being sent the other side of the map and just having a massive disadvantage because of it. It just means it's harder for people to disrupt Helm in the early stages of the game.
Yes. Okay, so we are finalizing. So we have, of course, the perks are vice versa, unstoppable versus big hole, but the sides have just changed, and I'm curious to see how this will play out. Of course, the fact is that Helm has now 2 victories out of 3 they need for this to win this grand final. So New Holland already has their backs against the wall. Helm needs to win just 1, and they will claim the grand final. And then, of course, New Holland still, they need to have 3 victories, which is not really an optimal situation for them. But we'll see how this turns out. But we got to be getting ready to deliver the first bales once again as the tractors are heading out of the gates. Do we have any kind of challenges happening? And we can see that they are actually heading towards their own areas. Martin is claiming this combine. We can see Paul taking the baler behind it. So Helm has the setup. It's not the closest one towards the barn, but it should be doable. We can see New Holland also claiming the John Deere combine. So this seems to be quite even, maybe even a slight advantage towards New Holland. And then the timing, of course, that is what we're going to be trying to figure out. How much time does it take to travel to the barn? And of course, look at these X-rays. They are right on top of each other, and they are going exactly the same time. New Holland just like 2 meters away and leading by 2 meters. So this comes down to those unforced errors and the swings happening. So this will be very, very hectic. And based on what I see, we can expect to have maybe 139-ish. No, it's going to be slightly less than that, 137, maybe 136. But we have a slight problem for Paul at least. Do we have a wing from New Holland? We don't see anything from New Holland. We can see Helm getting 130, and New Holland has a problem as well. They're going to reverse that in, so that's going to be 125. So 5 points of a difference will be after the first bail. So neither one will take the risk. And this is something we addressed earlier, actually on the previous setup already, that when the situation gets very tense, you tend not to take those risks and start doing those swings.
We've got bail drop and bridges raised as the first 2 drops, and I'm slightly surprised again that bail drop wasn't just grabbed there as he was passing. That would have made sense. There's not much point in the other one, and it's basically it's a free bail to pick up the other. Helm going pretty well here, by the way. Both teams on exactly the same grain, pretty much. So yeah, there's nothing in it at the moment at all.
Yeah, pretty empty. But yeah, the grain, let's see, I mean, yeah. Fatco, big call, so yeah, the grain numbers, once again, they are playing the role that we really want to see here. When it comes down to the multipliers, we haven't kind of a direct delivery or anything, so we didn't see any kind of an early shift. But the multiplier game was really wild on the previous game, so let's see if we have anything like that on this one. Belts being stopped and so on, so we'll see how Helm will play this in the end, and of course how New Holland plays it as well. And we are getting on 7 minutes, so we can see New Holland making this turn and getting the rest of the grain. We can see Paul going towards the silo as well. Oops, what is going on there? He's going to be actually crashing to the wall, but he just lost yeah, he lost the control of the tractor just for briefly, but in the end he did manage to cover that up. So well done on that sense. And Fato, for sure, I would imagine that he's going to be just now driving on behind that village. No, he's going to go on the middle field. They're going to collect some more grain, I guess. And so the deliveries, we will not have any early deliveries. I would imagine that they would have already came. So at this point, as we have 45 seconds till the next wave of the drops, it doesn't make much of a sense to not wait those 40 seconds that we still have. And yeah, just to play it safe that they don't dump the grain before the possible multiplier comes in.
I think New Holland, their best approach right now is to not let Helm take control of their belt, to basically only tip when they need to. They need to make sure they have a decent amount extra grain on Helm when they do, and it does seem like they are doing that. They're pulling out a bit with the extra grain. They are 5,000 liters on top, and direct delivery has come out at this point. Now that is very dangerous for Holland, and I think Helm are probably going to ignore it. In fact, yes, Helm have both their harvesters up here.
Yeah, let's see. The setups are building. We can see Helm starting to unload the grain. So they are now increasing the multiplier. They do have the unstoppable, so they can do whatever they want with it. And of course, they will top it all the way as much as they can to 3.0. The question is, they do have 6 bales. So the question is, do they have the possibility of taking the advantage of the situation, because it seems to be that New Holland is going to take a while until they can actually start unloading it. Helm is going to take the bridges lowered, and I want to see some bale deliveries from Helm's side. That's what should be happening as we speak, because New Holland, I don't know how long, but it's going to still take like 10 seconds or something at least until they can start unloading the grain. But we'll just have to wait and see how this plays out, as we cannot currently see what is happening around the belt. We can see that Paul is there somewhere around the barn, but what is exactly happening, that is a bit of a question to me. Now we can see Heliodar coming here, will be starting to work with the multiplier, of course, and it's going to be so fast because the Helm starting to unload at the same time. They can finish off the unloading, and Heliodar actually closes it right now. So he's not going to be unloading anymore, and that is the question why. He's going to be getting the grain from that combine, I think, and Helm actually has a second shot to get some bales delivered, but now New Holland's will be unloading, and we can actually see that Helm did make a delivery. They had 212 points, so they did gain 82 points while doing the deliveries, as New Holland was kind of like wondering what they shall do. They had 130, so they have made 82 points while we didn't see it. So they did deliver something.
This is actually a pretty good place now for New Holland. They've got a 2.1 to 1.9 multiplier. They have bales in hand. They have twice as many bales as Helm do at the moment. And so they have a good chance here of closing this gap and actually winning this. They need to start delivering bales, though, and they need to keep pressing them. In fact, New Holland have pressed an impressive number of bales for having spent so long dealing with their grain.
I'm slightly worried. I mean, yes, they have a good position, but then, I mean, there is still a reasonable amount of point difference. Also, Helm has been pressing the bales, and we know how efficient they are during the final minutes as well. So I'm not really yet myself convinced that New Holland has enough what it takes to catch Helm. I mean, just 2 points per bale more, about the same amount of bales, and then knowing that Helm usually, as they deliver the bales at the end, they are always managing to deliver more bales than the others, and that is what scares me. So kind of like the whole multiplier advantage is in a way going away. And of course, also another problem for New Holland is the belt speed. Helm has so much faster belt, as we can see that Martin is putting all these bales currently in, and it's just a matter of seconds when they're actually in. But the New Holland's belt for sure will be so much faster that, you know, they will struggle at the end to get all the bales on the second floor.
Yeah, those bales are going in so fast, and it's quite an advantage that Helm have pulled out now. Belt is going really slow for New Holland, and they're struggling to get the bales scoring quick enough. They've not got a huge number kicking about at their barn, though, so they do have time to get these on. But it's whether with 9 bales each, 9 bales each, and there's a good 50 points ahead for Helm. It's beginning to become troublesome for New Holland to catch.
Yeah, I think the fact also is that even if New Holland will put all the bales on the belt, and the same happens with Helm, they don't have enough now any more bales to close that gap. Now they have, they have been catching up. They're actually completely tied, but the difference between the points and the multipliers and the bale counts is not really supporting the fact that New Holland would be scoring more bales if there's no mistakes. But let's just wait and see. 35 seconds, so let's not go ahead of things. But all I'm saying that Helm is a very scary opponent when it comes to the final minute of the game, as they are so efficiently bringing stuff. They have the fast belt. We can see Paul coming in with some more bales as well. New Holland still having 7 bales remaining. We have 20 seconds to go, and everybody's working as much as they can. Helm will just continue the good pace. They are just very steadily scoring points. The New Holland tries to do the same, but they cannot get anything anymore on the second floor, and that's a problem. They only have, and they don't have the bales. New Holland, they have lost it already. They don't have the bales. The bale count doesn't support the fact, and Helm will take the victory from the second game of the grand final, and thus also securing the victory on this best of 5 with a 3-0 scoreline versus New Holland. So Helm will win the 6th tournament of the season. New Holland will keep and claim for themselves, only for themselves, because they were tied on the 2nd place, but now they will claim it for themselves. The 2nd place on the circuit points, while we do prepare for FarmCon, which is the last event of the season, and that's where a lot of things will be decided.
Yeah, Helm showing exactly why they are so far out at the top of the standings. They absolute masterclass of how to do it. And really, really great play from them. 28 bales they scored that last game, which is the highest number of bales we've seen at the entire weekend, and one of the higher numbers that we've seen all season, I think. They have taken 6 of the 8 tournaments that have been part of season 5, and they are going to go into the grand finals at FarmCon next week at the top of the standings, and well deserved as well. What a fantastic play. However, that isn't to take anything away from New Holland. New Holland have played brilliantly today. And yeah, they absolutely deserve to be in that 2nd place standing that they're sitting going into FarmCon as well.
Yeah, true. I mean, like I said, it was the first grand final for New Holland during the whole season, so I'm really happy to see that they kind of returned back in a way, because the start of the season wasn't the greatest for New Holland, and now they are back in the play on the 2nd place, and it seems that in FarmCon, which is not next week, it's in 6 weeks, we will be seeing a very traditional and classical clash of these teams for sure. That's what I'm really hoping for. And if you haven't been booked your tickets to FarmCon, make it so. We'll be showing, of course, all the matches on the big screen. There will be a lot of figures from the scene, so it's a great event to come. So I definitely recommend all of you to participate on FarmCon. Meanwhile, we're going to be seeing some replays.
So we had a really good first bale from both teams in that first match. A little bit of tractor dancing from Tito and Fatu there as they switched around. Martin deciding to drive up the belt when it was broken and stopped in that first game. And then trying it a couple more times. And you can see his wheels weren't quite aligned, and as a result, off the side he goes. Like so many bales often FSL. And then he tries it one more time, and this one he managed to successfully get to the top, I think, but unfortunately knocked off the bale that it was that was going in at the top. He managed to score both of those, but knocks the 3rd one off.
Yeah, it can happen, but they still won it. So it was an impressive gameplay from them anyways. I mean, of course, winning both of the matches that they played on the grand final, but also the first one without the operational belt. So that was, okay, it started to move at some point, but still, I think they did a great job. And of course, I mean, when you climb on that belt, it will for sure, I mean, it is complicated. It's not easy. So sometimes people do make mistakes as well. And that's pretty much. We should be seeing the updated circuit points in a matter of seconds, so then we'll see what is actually the starting situation for FarmCon in 6 weeks, and of course we can see how, for example, what happened with the Trellibor, Linter, Valtra, and so on. So pay attention to these, because this is the starting point. And Linter, all the way from the 2nd place, will drop to the 5th place.
So Lintner has dropped all the way down to 5th place from 2nd, where they entered this weekend. Our top 4 teams are Helm, New Holland, Trellibor, and Valtra. So they will go in as the top 4 seeds to FarmCon. Now, FSL at FarmCon is on the 5th and 6th of July, with the full FarmCon weekend on the 6th and 7th of July. So the finals will kick off on Friday the 5th. And yeah, it's going to be a really interesting final. All the teams coming in really strong, and I'm really looking forward to it.
we'll be there. And as said multiple times before, make sure that you'll be there as well. And I mean, I really love the FarmCon because there's always so good food as well. I mean, all these barbecue joints outside of the venue. You can get a great sandwich with a beef or a sausage, and so on. So it's not just about farming simulator. It's also about seeing the Fendt Forum. We had some factory tours last year at the Deutsch Fahr. You can see so exclusive peeks to the tractor manufacturers' facilities that you will probably never ever see. As there's very good information, and of course always very lovely premises which the for this time Fendt is offering the facilities into our use.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolutely fantastic weekend. We will both be there over the weekend. I'm actually arriving on the Saturday, so I think that Friday is probably going to be in the safe hands of Copter here, and I believe Kermit will be joining you on the Friday, and yeah, hopefully I will be joining you on the Saturday for the overall final itself. For now, though, we're going to wrap things up for today. And I will say thank you very much, everybody, for having us. I hope you've all enjoyed this. And we will see you in 6 weeks' time. Until then, it's goodbye from me.
Goodbye.
See you soon.